This meeting of the West Allis Milwaukee School Board to order. Mr. Keller, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Suzette, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Mr. Burns.
Here.
Mr. Ustrup.
Here.
Mrs. Kaiser. Here. Mr. Keller.
Here.
Ms. Deal. Here. Mrs. Carr. Here. Mr. Sickich.
Present.
Mrs. Justum. Here. President Lee.
Here. Proper notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the open meeting laws of the state of Wisconsin. Are there any modifications or additions to the agenda?
I have nothing this evening.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to public comments. As a reminder, speaker will be limited to comments of 3 minutes. The board cannot discuss, debate, or act upon any item made during the public comments portion of the board meeting. Follow-up to public comments will be made by the district staff prior to and/or at the next regular board meeting. Do we have any public comments in? No? Okay. So if you are in Zoom, if you'd please put your name in chat, and I will call on you individually so that you can provide your public comments. You can unmute yourself. We'll start with Leah Zacharias.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm requesting that the mask requirements for outdoors be removed immediately. It's hot and humid, and the children are returning into schools that don't have air conditioning. I'm also requesting that within the next month, the school board begin discussion and come to an educated conclusion about mitigation procedures for next school year so that parents can make education arrangements based on the school board's decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah. And could you please just state your name and address for the record? Okay, for everyone else, if you could please make sure to state your name and address before giving comments, that's just for the record. Angelito Tenorio?
Hi, everyone. My name is Angelito Tenorio. I live at 2147 South 7th Place, West Allis, Wisconsin, 53219. And I'm an alderperson here in West Allis. I just wanted to introduce myself, talk a little bit about my background, and also talk about the importance of recognizing API History Month here in West Allis. So a little bit about me. A big part of my story, I'm the son of immigrants. My mom and dad came to the US from the Philippines in hopes of finding a better life. They came to Wisconsin, and they came to West Allis because they fell in love with the community here and the schools. And this is where they were able to afford to buy their first home. And they decided to raise me and my siblings here in West Allis. And from an early age, my mom and dad really instilled the values of giving back to the community, serving others. And when I was younger, I didn't know what that meant. But I really discovered my passion for politics and government and organizing and empowerment when I did my undergrad at Madison. Sorry about my dog, Oliver wants to say hi. And at UW-Madison, where I did my undergrad, studied political science, that's where I really saw the importance of who we have as our elected officials really matters. Like who we have representing our values on different levels of government, whether that's the school board, city council, or state office, or in Congress, or the White House. Who we have as our elected officials matters. And that's where I really got involved in politics and government. So I worked on a number of political campaigns. I now work for an environmental group called Wisconsin Conservation Voters. So we do a lot of advocacy when it comes to the environment, clean drinking water, clean energy, and civic engagement, making sure that people have access to the ballot. And about a year ago, well, over a year ago now, I decided to take a leap of faith myself. And like many of you school board members, I decided to run for office in my hometown, in my community, and to make West Allis the best it can be. And it's been absolutely incredible serving our great community. And like I was elected as the first API alderperson here, first Asian American Pacific Islander elected official here in West Dallas. And earlier this month, our mayor, Mayor Devine, proclaimed API History Month, May as API History Month here in West Dallas. And I think it's really important that when we look at American history, we recognize that API history is a real part of American history. And it's really important for us to recognize both the successes and achievements of API people here in the United States, but also recognizing the pain that the API community has felt in the United States with the history of xenophobic policies, such as the Chinese Exclusion Act and other racist policies, Japanese internment, and also recognizing the pain of the API community today with the recent surge of hate crimes against the API community. And while doing this, also celebrating the work that so many API folks have done across the United States, across Wisconsin, and across here in West Dallas. So I encourage you all, as we close out API History Month, I encourage you to do some research about incredible API folks in our community, learn more about what API people have been doing here in West Dallas. And thank you for allowing me to speak before you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tenorio. Right now, I don't have anyone else signed up in chat for public comments. Is there anyone else, last opportunity, if there's anything you'd like to say? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comments and we'll move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Luxman?
Great. Thank you, everybody, and good evening. We will start with 7.1, our returning to school plan update that we do each of our regular meetings, and Deidre has that up on the screen for everybody. And so this is our update for our May 24th school board meeting. Like we do, a little bit of an agenda. So I'll, again, remind everybody of our guiding principles. We'll check on our health metrics, and things seem to be, again, going in the right direction. And then I'll talk a little bit about where we are with mask requirements, and this is a topic that is coming up in a number of school districts, and in fact, tonight, it was actually covered on the evening news. We weren't listed as one of the districts talking about it this evening, but apparently it is a theme tonight. And again, we'll touch on it as an action item a little bit later in the meeting, and then a little bit of where we are going forward in terms of next steps. My glasses are fogging, so this is going to get really fun. So in terms of our guiding principles, right, so we stay focused on safety and well-being, learning that works for all, being responsive and flexible, and that's a little bit why we're talking about the mask requirement for outdoors this evening. And then again, is it practical for us to be able to implement the things that support the rest of that work? In terms of our external health metrics, right, we have been monitoring and using as guidance Milwaukee County data and then West Dallas, West Milwaukee data. And as of May 18th, right, we're always about a week behind in what the health department sends over. You'll see that we're trending in the right direction, except for the West Allis, West Milwaukee positivity rate went up just a tick, right? So it's not a shift to be concerned about, but the fact that we've changed kind of color bands for the first time, going below yellow in the West Allis, West Milwaukee burden status. So those are, I think, important indicators. And again, we want to use this moment to remind everybody to continue to follow the mitigation practices. If you haven't been vaccinated, we encourage people to get vaccinated, because that is probably the most important strategy we have to have our lives return to some sense of normal as soon as we can. In terms of our internal health metrics, it tends to be pretty steady. And our internal positivity rate moves up and down, but just by small amounts. And so we think that's really encouraging. So I think it tells us we're doing a good job with our mitigation practices in school. We're not getting big spreads, and we've actually had a reduction in the number of students in particular that had to quarantine in the last week. So you see from here, just 2 positive active cases among staff and just 2 close contacts that came from that. So both of those were work-related. And then for students, there were 6 positive, and that turned into 130 close contacts. But if you remember a couple weeks ago, we were above 200 in the close contacts, meaning students that had to quarantine. And only 4 of those were actually school-related. So again, encouraging that our internal practices seem to be serving us well. And then in terms of our mask requirements, so we're proposing a change, and I'll talk a little bit about it here, and then again a little later on in the action item. But there's a couple quotes here just about maintaining mitigation practices, right? So we're not suggesting that we drop all mask requirements, right? It's simply the outdoor mask requirements that we're attending to, and because the CDC guidance is pretty clear that we should be maintaining our mitigation practices, especially in school. And so the reason that we're suggesting the board should consider a change for outdoors is we know transmission is lower in outdoors. Many area school districts have or are likely to make similar changes this evening. The city of Milwaukee is ending its health emergency on June 1 of 2021, and so we think that's a date to make the shift, just because that's a date that's already out there, already being communicated, that people are paying attention to. And it gives a few more days for folks that want to get vaccinated to get their vaccine, or students that have gotten their first shot to get their second shot and start to develop some of the more permanent immunity, hopefully. But the mask requirements would remain the same indoors and on school buses if the board supports this change a little later in our meeting. And then in terms of next steps, what we're going to do is continue to monitor state guidance on kind of earlier start to the new school year, and now any changes that may come from the CDC regarding mitigation practices for summer school, for recreation, and then obviously we're very curious about the fall of what mitigation practices may be recommended. We do know that the CDC does not intend to provide any more school-based guidance between now and the end of the school year. So that'll take us through the middle of June. And we anticipate sometime after that, they'll come out with updated guidance for schools. And then we'll come back to the board possibly on June 14th if there's new information that we want to consider and make any additional changes. But at this point, if the board supports the action item a little later, we would continue to have, without additional board action, we'd still have masks for summer school, for indoor recreation, and for the fall, unless we make additional changes. So that's the returning to school update. Any questions for me on this item? Mm-hmm.
Have we had a lot of students opt for the in-school vaccination clinics?
So it has not been the numbers we had hoped for.
Okay.
There's certainly some that have, but what we've learned is we announced all of this, and so this really came back from Matt Lesser and his conversations with kids, and a whole bunch of students at Hale told them, well, they already had their shot, or they had their first one. And so that's encouraging. It doesn't mean we shouldn't do the vaccination clinics. Any opportunity that we can provide to have young people get access, and we'll do the same thing if the research supports that the Pfizer in particular can be used in younger kids. Now that we have the routines, we know all the paperwork, we'll be ready to go to offer vaccine clinics for younger kids as well.
Any other questions? I just wanted to say one thing more about the mask change that's being suggested. The reasoning also does not include any safety concerns that students have while wearing masks. Some of that information has been floating out there, but really, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the CDC, they all have no safety concerns with students down to 2 years old being able to wear a mask for as long as we do. We have mask breaks throughout the day that they're able to continue using. So this is really not in relation to any safety concerns, but really more concerning the fact that the transmission is much lower outside. We have a lot more vaccinations obviously that are happening, and so that, in my mind anyways, makes it seem like something that would be okay to do at this juncture.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, so then I'll go on to 7.2, which is our legislative update for this evening. So the GOP looks to federal money to boost districts with in-person instruction. So the GOP has been looking at how to reward schools that have been providing in-person instruction. It's one of the more significant questions facing the GOP-controlled Joint Finance Committee as it begins work on Governor Tony Evers' budget in earnest. The committee has already signaled plans to scale back the budget significantly for what Evers has proposed. The latest round of COVID money also includes nearly $108 million that's earmarked to address learning loss, pay for summer learning, and fund after-school programs. The committee may be able to account for in-person instruction by distributing a portion of those funds, though there are requirements that the money be used to benefit certain groups of students, including those experiencing homelessness or in foster care. Republicans also could weigh their options on using state money as part of their approach to rewarding districts for in-person instruction. So we're going to watch that closely. I mean, we did shift to in-person instruction towards the latter part of the year, but we're definitely watching kind of how these dollars start to be proportioned. And you know, it's more than just the Joint Finance Committee. It has to go through the legislature, it has to be signed into law by the governor. So then hearings have been set for bills on transgender athlete participation in high school sports. So a pair of companion bills aimed at barring male to female transgender athletes from competing as girls in interscholastic sports are moving forward with hearings set for May 26th. But currently, the WIAA has a policy on transgender participation in high school sports, and it's that policy that we follow. Under that policy, which commits to ensuring that transgender students have opportunities to participate in WIAA-sponsored athletics, students who are born male but self-identify as being female have to have a full calendar year of medically documented testosterone suppression therapy in order to be eligible. They must also provide documentation to their school from a physician or psychologist that affirms their consistent gender identification and expression, provide medical documentation of any hormonal therapy, sexual reassignment, surgery, or counseling, and provide documentation from friends, family, teachers, and others that demonstrate that the student's consistent gender identification and expression. And then the school makes a final decision. News reports have suggested the proposal would likely face an almost certain veto from Governor Tony Evers should it pass the Republican-controlled legislature. And there's nothing at the federal level at this time to share. Then 7.3, our Board of Education recognitions for this meeting. So at Central High School, congratulations to West Allis Central softball team, who was named the Journal Sentinel Team of the Week on May 11th, 2021. The team is off to its best start since 2008 and is now 6-2 on the year, so good luck to the Bulldogs. At Dotke, Project-Based Learning High School, Samantha Cooper and Deontay Torres each received a $1,000 scholarship from the First United Methodist Church of West Allis. And then at Shared Journeys, Shared Journeys received a $3,000 grant from the Rotary Club to purchase child car seats, pack and plays, and backpack diaper bags for students. So they're incredibly grateful to the Rotary for their support. Estrella Rodriguez received a $1,000 scholarship from the First United Methodist Church of West Allis. And Estrella Rodriguez, Tanya Feliciano, and Kayla Boynton are the recipients of the David Condon Shared Journeys $500 Scholarship Awards. David was a former student who passed away, and we have yearly scholarships in his name. And then from Communication and Community Relations, special thanks to Senior Director, Ms. Estelle Ninneman, and our friends at ACL Labs at West Allis Memorial Hospital for their generous donation of school supplies. We're very grateful for their support. And then from Leadership and Learning, the West Allis West Milwaukee School District is proud to announce that Nathan Hale High School math teacher Donna Krasovich has been named General Education of the Year by the Wisconsin Council of Administrators of Special Services. And we went out to Hale and surprised Donna in the middle of teaching. And all the teenagers immediately put their heads down when all these adults came walking in with flowers and balloons, and they did the exact thing teenagers would do in the moment. But it was fun to celebrate, and Donna was very surprised, and just really want to recognize her. And then finally, the West Allis West Milwaukee School District is proud to announce that Caitlin Windler, Director of Finance and Operations, has been awarded the George Gray New School Business Manager of the Year Award for 2022 from the Wisconsin Association of School Business Officials, WASBO. So we have now it's official. Sorry, it's not a big check.
We just want to take a moment to really recognize Caitlin for what is a extreme honor amongst 1,400 business managers and professionals in that field, that she, as a young business professional, has been recognized this way. And we certainly know the work that she's done in our district has made a difference to us as an organization and mostly to our students and families. Congratulations.
I just want to say thank you so much to our school leadership team, our board for trusting my leadership, and especially our business office team, because we could not have done all of the work that we've done without them. So thank you to our whole West Dallas, West Milwaukee School District. I'm highly honored, thank you.
So we'll go on to 7.4. Just some quick updates and information items. There were no public comments on May 10th, so there's nothing to follow up on there. Our facility master planning continues. The FACT team met on May 8th and again on May 18th. And that was to review elementary and intermediate school design solutions, so some possible solutions. The proposal coming forward will likely mean we're moving to 8 or 9 elementary schools of similar size. And the whole concept of getting all of the elementaries to be about the same size would mean some would need additions and some significant remodeling. But it really starts to leverage some economies of scale, and just some practicality of having about 450 students rather than under 200. And it reduces some operational costs, and then it also reduces the need for traveling teachers, which I think is probably one of the highlights of when we get to about 450, you can have a full-time art, full-time music, full-time Phi Ed teacher that stays in the building as part of the community. And with our deeper learning work, that gets to be more and more important because we want the specialists to be integrated into the projects that the core teachers are planning and engaging with kids around. And if they're traveling back and forth, it just doesn't facilitate those moments. But those are still things that the board will take up as recommendations come out of the big community committee. The next steps include cost estimates of the various projects, and I think it's going to be eye-opening to see what it costs for us to get our buildings, the way they are now with being old, maintained but not up to date, to get them up to date and to turn them into the kind of facilities that support the teaching and learning we're committed to, I think will be surprising in costs. We're working to finalize recommendations to the board by the end of June. And what I'm anticipating now is this is really going to be a very high-level master plan. I think I went into this thinking we'd have a one-time solution, we'd go out to a referendum question once, and we'd be able to fix everything if this community supported us. And I think the challenges are much bigger than that. And so I think what the board will have in front of it is to consider how do we spread this out over 10, 15, 20 years or even more, and then where do you begin? Really becomes, I think, the question for all of you. And I think the committee will send forward lots of information and then look to the board for some guidance on how we want to kind of take next steps and move that forward. So we're also in the midst of planning for next school year. It's not just the long-range facility planning, but planning for next year. Right now, we are assuming that we're starting the school year as a normal school year. Right? We have to have some set of assumptions to build our plans around, and we're starting there. I know speaking with Mary Pat, who's our music curricular lead, she was very happy with the fact that Beth put out the calendar like we always do at this time of year that says start putting all your concerts in, right? So that was very exciting for all the music people. They're like, oh, we're gonna have concerts again. And if it changes, we'll adapt and adjust like we have been, but right now, we're gonna work on the assumption that it's a normal school year, which means, we'll have in-person learning 5 days a week. So the Wednesday is still, in intermediate schools, that's still a check and connect day, is very appealing, especially to the students. But we're assuming we're going back 5 days a week. We're also going to, next year, launching our project-based learning virtual academy. And so that is now in the kind of final phases to put together all of the mechanisms that actually make it operate as a school. And so with the big announcements of some of the leadership changes, Ryan Johnson has that as part of his responsibility to get the details built. And then, again, we're encouraging vaccinations for next year. And then our leadership openings that I just touched on. So our Director of Communications and Community Relations with Beth retiring. So we're doing first round interviews this week, and it's a pretty interesting pool of candidates. Some local, but also some national. We posted on Better Team, we posted on Top School Jobs, which is kind of the national database where people looking for leadership positions in K-12 education go. And so we have an applicant from Tennessee, we have somebody from Florida in the mix. There's a couple that are K-12 communication experience, a good number that are higher ed communication experience, some not-for-profit background, and then some private industry. background, I had a good conversation today with Joe Donovan, who runs Donovan Group, which is a consulting group that helps K-12 schools and school districts with communication strategies and crisis communication. So get some good coaching on kind of what to look for and what to ask and how to approach it, especially if we're interested in talking to somebody that doesn't come through a traditional kind of K-12 path. And so it was very helpful for me to spend, a half hour with him today. Then the Director of Human Resources, the principal at Central High School, and then the assistant principal at Lane Intermediate School may be going up right now. If not, those will be posted tomorrow, and we're doing the big national postings for the HR position and the Central High School position as well. And then just a little anecdote from, I'm out visiting schools again, which is just absolutely pleasure to be back in schools. So I was at Pershing Elementary School, and as it almost always happens when I'm in the littles classroom right away, because I'm tall, right, compared to the littles, and right away it's like, who is that? And so they always have to try to explain that this is the superintendent, and the little girl goes, well, what does that mean? So Steve Harris, the principal, is trying, the teacher was, and they try to explain that, well, he's in charge of all of the schools in West Allis. He's in charge of every single one of the schools, and the little guy's looking at me, and he goes, so you mean like you're in charge of Horace Mann too? And I said, yeah, even Horace Mann. And he said, well, then do you know my brother? I was like, oh, and the teacher saved me in it. But I share that because it reminds me that as hard as the last 16 months have been, and as hard as the decisions that we'll be facing in the coming months, there's still all kinds of moments of joy that still happen in schools and in classrooms and even on Zoom. And I think it's important for us to try to call those moments present in the difficulty of the work, because that's why we're here, right? It's really about those moments of joy that happen that actually turn into learning and success for kids. So I just thought I was going to save that and share it tonight with all of you. And that concludes the superintendent's report.
That's great. Thank you very much, Dr. Lexman. Move on to the board reports, starting with 8.1, the review of the board calendar. So tonight, May 24th, we have a regular board meeting, followed immediately by 2 workshops, one on college and career readiness, the technology plan overview, and financial stability and employee engagement, looking at the compensation model, which I'm very excited to share with everyone else here on the board. So after that, on June 1st, there is an employee recognition event at the New Berlin Hills Clubhouse, and all board members are welcome to come. It's from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. to recognize our amazing staff, some that are unfortunately leaving us, but well-deserved retirements, as well as other staff that we're going to be honoring there tonight for their support and dedication to our district. On Monday, June 14th at 6 p.m., we have another regular Board of Education meeting, followed by a workshop, a proposed 21-22 budget and preliminary tax levy number 2. Then on Monday, June 21st, we have a board workshop with the consultant, Melissa Matarazzo, and from the Huron Consulting Group at 6 p.m. And then on Monday, June 28th at 6 p.m., we have another regular Board of Education meeting, action on proposed 21-22 budget and preliminary tax levy. Okay. All right. Now we're going to go into 8.2, the board committee reports, starting with college and career readiness. Mr. Ustruck.
So our committee had 2 topics that we tackled at our last meeting on Monday, May 10th. Topic number 1 was Black Studies course. 2 students from Central and 1 from Hale presented to our committee on why they think it was essential to offer a Black Studies course, and we all agreed it was a good idea, and it was their ideas. So that was really important to them. Also, 2 teachers from Hale and 2 teachers from Central, with the help of Steve Carr, presented materials for the course adoption, including the resources we will use for this course. And our committee supported bringing this course forward for next school year. And we'll be voting on that later, right? Yeah. And then we also had an update on the co-curriculars. So Shelley came in and presented the current state of sports and some of the plans she had been working on with the 2 high school athletic directors. The committee supported a survey to all high school students that Shelley presented to gather more information about why or why not they participate. And we supported considering adding a graduation requirement of participating in co-curriculars. We will do more investigation on this over the summer. so we want to make it a requirement. And we will, our next steps, we will share the results of the survey at a future committee meeting and plan for our next steps in an action plan to increase equitable participation in co-curricular activities.
All right, does anyone have any questions for Bill or the committee? If not, I'll move on to the next board report, which is myself. This will be my last report here as the chair of the Finance Committee as we move on to our new committee members, which I'm looking forward to see the work that they do. So we actually had 2 meetings last week. We had one on Monday between 5 and 6, and then that just wasn't enough time, so we had to have another one on Wednesday to discuss all the things that we needed to talk about. So the majority of the meeting was spent on Monday talking about the crossing guards. So historically, the city of West Allis provided the funding for the crossing guards for our schools, and that we were informed was not going to continue, and so now that is our cost to bear for our schools. And so we discussed the RFP that was put out to look for a company that we would utilize for the crossing guards. We talked about trying to do it in-house, seeing if we could have people either doing like extra duty, like a supplementary contract situation, but we realized that it would be difficult to do, and if someone was out for some day, then we might be without a crossing guard, and so we decided for the cost-benefit analysis to go with a company. And so that will be starting next school year with us. And then the thing we didn't have time for was discussing the compensation model, which we'll talk about in the workshop later this evening. We spent a good amount of time on Wednesday discussing that, going through the model, and what the committee had decided on. There was a compensation committee that was made up of teachers, staff, and Caitlin and Jeff both did a lot of work on that to make sure that what was being proposed in the workshop we're talking about tonight is going to be feasible, is going to be something that staff wants, and something that hopefully we can continue long term. But we also talked about the fact that this is probably going to be a work in progress. As we start getting into the meat of this and actually implementing it, might find out things don't work out exactly as we were thinking, or maybe there was something we weren't exactly anticipating when we do it. It might be something that we'll revisit annually as we go through the process of that. So that ends my report for the Financial Stability Committee. Any questions? No? All right. For 8.3, are there any board member reports of community events that you have attended or will be attending that you would like to talk about?
I just wanted to just give a shout out to West Allis Central. I was able to do lots of spring cleaning over the past few weeks, and I was able to donate 8 bags of clothing to our community closets. So it was a really easy process. I pulled up to Central on Wednesday, opened my back trunk, and they got it all out. So I just want to remind people that we do have community closets, and so it is open to the families here in the district. And if you need clothing or food or resources, just reach out to your school principal or your counselors at the schools, and we can help you out with that. But it was a really great event. The kids were really excited that there was people actually lining up to drop things off. So I just wanted to give them a little shout out for that.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks a lot, Amy. Anyone else have anything they'd like to share? If not, we will move on to our consent agenda this evening. So we have 9.1, the approval of board minutes, 9.2, the employment summary, 9.3, the supplementary contracts, and 9.4, the financial summary. Does anyone need anything separated out? If not, we look for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, that passes. And now move on to
Noah,
our...
if we could interrupt for 1 second. We have a team member with us this evening who was just approved in the employment summary. Our new coordinator of culturally relevant practices, Alyssa is here. So just wanted to welcome her to our district, coming to us from Denver Public Schools, and give her the chance to introduce herself, as she is now going to be a district-wide leader in our district.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alyssa Rosh. So honored to be with you tonight and get to see you in person, meet some of you in person, and good evening to everyone who's online. As Juja mentioned, I'm coming from Denver Public Schools, and I'm so excited and honored to be leading culturally relevant practices across West Allis and West Milwaukee. And I really am excited of the impact we can collectively make by integrating this across all of our schools in the district. So thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure to meet you all.
Well, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Congratulations. Looking forward to the work you're going to do here in our district. Okay. Now we'll move on to the action items for this evening. Item 10.1, which is the COVID-19 mitigation practices changed outdoor mask wearing requirements. Dr. Luckman.
Yes, thank you. So as I shared in the returning to school presentation, we're recommending a revision to the mask requirement. And again, for the rationale that's already been stated, that transmission outside is low. The City of Milwaukee dropping its health emergency June 1, and that area districts are also considering similar approaches. And so that as it gets a little bit warmer and kids are outside, that we feel comfortable making the recommendation that we can change our outdoor mask requirements. Again, not changing anything indoors or on buses. And so the requirement would then read all students, unless on a specified mask break or approved medical documentation, staff, families, and visitors are required to wear face masks in school buildings and on buses. And then we include if an employee is alone in a classroom or an office with the door closed, the face mask can be removed. So that's the only exception. And so we're hoping the board will consider this and hopefully support this, and we'll then start the communication and move forward with it on June 1st.
Does anyone have any questions about this? Jane?
So this would be not just at recess, but like when, before school, when the kids are lining up, and anytime you're outside, except for when you're going on, you go to the bus, then you put it back on.
So it would be anything, so anytime a person is in a building or on a bus, the mask should be on.
Mask is on.
Right, so outdoors. It would also mean that masks would not be required at completion and ceremonies and graduation, right? Just so that we're clear about what this all means. We're still, for graduation, we'll still be practicing social distancing, and families will stay in the seated together, and the students on the field will all be spread out, but they're outdoors, so if the board supports this, they wouldn't have to wear masks.
Jeff?
I'm sorry. So if there's a physical educator taking his class outdoors, when they're lining up inside, and I'm not being critical, I'm just asking the question. When they're inside, they have to have their mask on. When they're lining up, they get outside.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's exactly right. And when we talked through that we were going to be proposing this tonight with principals last week, and we said, start thinking about the strategies for how you, especially the littles, how you're going to keep track of the masks. Because right now, it's pretty easy. They stay on their face.
Right.
But when they go outside, they're going to come in and like, I lost my mask. So we've already started talking about how to manage that.
Brian?
And just for clarification, I know you mentioned for commencement, the plan, with this, that would mean no face mask would be required. However, if we do go to a rain date and we do end up inside, then just to be clear, that face mask requirement would still be intact.
Correct. Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Other questions? So when it comes to our sporting events as well, the ones that would be held outside, so in our, our spectators are now not required to have to wear masks if they're up spectating outside, and our players would not be required to wear masks if they're participating outside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then just for anyone who might be wondering, I know we got a lot of communication about this as a board. Is there a reason why we're deciding not to move forward with any changes to our indoor policies? I know that the CDC still requires on public transportation, buses included, to wear masks, so that's not something that we would want to change anyways, because that's still a CDC requirement. But for indoors, some districts are doing that. So is there reasoning why we're not doing that as well?
Yeah, for us, it really is, the CDC guidance for schools has not changed, even though they have changed the general guidance, especially for fully vaccinated people, but for schools, it has not changed. And our local health department is very much has been very supportive of the practices that we've put in place. And so I think to try to continue to align with their guidance makes some sense for us until there's, different guidance at the CDC at the kind of national or federal level. So that's why we're going to recommending we continue with the indoor practices as they currently exist.
All right, and we would anticipate that would go through the end of the school year, because there's not going to be, we're not expecting any new CDC guidance before that time.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If If not, I would look for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes. Move on to 10.2, approval of Neola policies as second reading, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Dr. Lexman.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Clarification, for June 1st, it would start that outdoor mask change?
That's correct.
Okay, I
Yes.
just want to make sure that people know that there is not tomorrow, June 1st.
It's not immediate to allow time for more vaccinations.
Yep.
And for planning and stuff like that too, since this is going to be new for our schools, so, yes.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you. So, the board's aware that we've been working on, the update of all of the policies for, I don't know, how long has it been, Beth? 2 years?
5 years.
Right. The dream has been 5 years in the making, that's for sure.
Yes.
And the reason that we took the step to go with Neola is that you get kind of a whole platform that you can bring all the policies up to date almost simultaneously. And they're all vetted through their attorneys and aligned to the statutes, and all of those kind of pieces were really important to us and previous iterations of the school board. We've been operating with some policies, and if the board approves this, some of those, this evening, those policies now go away and get replaced, but we've been operating with policies that date back in some places to the 70s, to the 90s. And it's hard for school districts and school boards to keep policies up to date without having kind of an outside service that really does the detailed technical work. And so the board committees have worked through all of the detailed work and careful reading of the policies. They were brought forward to the board a month ago. And so under our current new Neola policy that now governs the development and approval of policies, it gets held in first reading at the board level for 30 days, and then it comes back for a second reading, which is really the approval step. So that's the step we're in this evening. But I do want to mention that one of the things we asked, especially for new board members, is that if there were questions about the policies, that 30 days was the opportunity to ask those questions. And Brendan, I want to thank you for having done a significant amount of homework on policies, which was pretty cool. And as I shared with the board on Friday, and I just want to acknowledge it publicly, that Brendan raised some, I think, really important questions for us, and I think questions that are consistent with the kind of work we're trying to do. So do we have alignment in the policy language between kind of what is being approved or considered for approval this evening and things like our mission, vision, and in particular our equity non-negotiables? And I think that is work to come. I think it'll be some very interesting conversations for board committees. So a little bit of the plan is that we move kind of all of this hopefully forward this evening. So the vast majority of new policies are now in place. And then Brendan will work with board committee chairs and directors to surface kind of specific policies that maybe could be adapted a bit so we have better internal alignment. And I think it'll be an interesting and productive exercise for us. I think we'll learn really, okay, is our heart really committed to this work? So I think that's good news for us. So I just wanted to make that kind of clear publicly that this isn't the end of the policy work, but it is an important big step, and then there's kind of refinement that'll be ongoing. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Lexman about the policies? Yes, Kristen.
One of our policies still states Columbus Day as being observed, when I was under the understanding that it should be Indigenous Peoples' Day.
So the reason it still says Columbus Day, because that is the statutory language. And
Okay.
a board doesn't have the opportunity to change statute unless you start getting involved with your legislators. One of the things that I think we'll revisit that in the conversations around, that's the Observance Day policy, which is an odd one from the state of Wisconsin, actually. To revisit it, either I want to convince Richard from Neola that we could put Columbus Day in parentheses, it's still there, and have Indigenous Peoples' Day lead. Or if from the lawyer perspective, we can't do that, then we put it in the rule.
Okay,
It says
thank you.
that as a practice, we celebrate Indigenous Peoples' Day. So there's different ways to adapt. I think with the rules will provide some flexibility for us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, before we rule on this, I would like to state and thank all the committees for the work they went going through these policies one by one. Obviously, especially the directors who did a lot of the lion's share of this work, going through, meeting, and working with Neola to figure out what language would work best for our school district. And then all of our committees looking at those policies, reading them, bringing up our own questions to make sure that it was something that we thought would be useful for our district as well. So I just want to express my gratitude for that, because it is definitely a lot of work. I know there's going to be a giant sigh of relief if this is passed, because it's been a lot of work and a lot of time and effort put into it. So thank you, everyone, for that effort. And I'll be looking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded. Any further comment? All those in favor? Opposed? All right, that passes. Move on to item 10.3, the Black Studies course approval. Ms. Raymer, I can't see you. Are you sitting there? Oh,
I'm
there you
behind the
are. Okay.
pole still, so I'll keep trying to lean and stay in the microphone and stay on the Zoom. No. Good evening again, everyone, and it is an absolute honor to be presenting this to our Board of Education this evening for approval. We have some students that are here. They're apparently gathering in the lobby who are going to come up and talk to us as well, so they'll be here in a moment. And several of our teachers are either joining us online or will be in the room as well to talk about the process. But as part of our equity belief statements, as part of the work that we've been doing around creating equitable opportunities for all students by expanding the offerings that we have, by encouraging students to take advantage of some of the offerings that we do have in our district, as well as making sure that many of them are being reflective of the demographics that we are serving, reflective of the beliefs that we hold in common as a school district. This course came to us as an option a year ago, February, and as a committee, we had met about it and talked about adding it into our course catalog, and then the world decided to kind of go into what it did for a while, and shutdown happened and all of those things. So the work still continued at the school level and with some of our students from our Black Student Union at Central, with some of the students that we work with at Hale, as well as some of the staff. But normally, the way our course adoption process works is that we bring courses forward in May for not the following school year, but the one after that. And that was under our previous policy. So now with our new policy, it says that we will bring courses forward periodically throughout the year. And so it would be atypical for us to recommend a course for fall this late in the season during the school year. But given the fact that this is a course we've been working on for some time, many of the students that will be here to advocate for putting the course forward are seniors this year. And we wanted them to know that their voices have been heard, and we are honoring that work, even though many of them won't get to take the course as they won't be here with us in the fall. We thought it was really important to go ahead and move the course forward for next fall, even though, again, it is late in the season. And so we've met with Erin Norris to make sure that we can support the course with the teaching staff within the resources that we have allocated. We've done quite a bit, the team has done quite a bit of research around the resources that are available for a course like this. We've consulted with area experts on developing a course like this. It's going to have a lot of input from our students as well, which has been really important for us to honor as we talk about empowering them and getting them ready to live life on their own terms. Then it means we have to be ready to listen to them and take action on some of the things that they also ask us to do. And so that's where it became really, really important to us to move the course forward for next fall, even though, again, it's an odd time to be doing that. So I will pass it over. We have a couple of our teachers with us now, and I think we'll have students with us shortly, hopefully. But I'm going to pass it over to Mike and April Ellery from Nathan Hale to kind of just share a bit of where the course for them started years ago and why it's so important to them for us to be moving it ahead now, again, even though it's out of sequence.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Do you want to talk, please? Michael and I are both teachers at Nathan Hale High School. I'm in the English department and he's in the social studies department. And we both teach, well, we used to both teach freshman level and AP level. The last couple of years, I don't have freshmen anymore, but I still have AP. But we've been at the school long enough that we often do a lot of kind of informal collaboration. And a number of years ago, we started thinking that maybe we should make our collaboration a little more formal, and we should think about proposing some ideas that we might have for, co-teaching, and maybe even co-teaching some classes. And it really began with me kind of trying to bring more social studies, cross-curricular things into the English curriculum, and work with the types of programs and exhibits that my husband was bringing in from different areas. For example, can you talk about what you brought in?
Yeah, some of y'all on the board have been around long enough. Maybe you've experienced and attended some of our exhibits. We used to host a history day at the 70th Street building. We've hosted exhibits on Emmett Till and Freedom Summer. We did one on Frederick Douglass and the Emancipation Proclamation. We did one on fair housing. That was our most recent one. And the inspiration for some of the activities April's done, including what I believe she presented at the State of the Schools.
Yeah, my Panel 61 project was really born out of Michael bringing in the fair housing exhibit a few years ago. So we almost always informally work together, and we just thought we need to make this bigger, and we need to bring it into our classroom, bring it into our school, and kind of get our students on board with working together as well. And then I guess more recently than that, because a lot of our units took a focus in like civil rights and even local Milwaukee history, that is where we started playing with the idea of really wanting to bring a Black Studies class into Nathan Hale. And we knew that Carrie was doing some of this work over at Central, and we wanted to make sure that Hale was kind of, in on it as well. We just thought it was a really worthy thing. The kids have been wanting it for a while and seemed really excited about being asked about their ideas for it. And so that's kind of how it was born, I guess you could say. Did I miss anything?
And then Mike and April, while we have you for a second until our students
I don't know,
arrive.
is Carrie?
Carrie will be here. She's in the lobby. She's just waiting on a couple of the kids. But while we have you guys, can you also talk a little bit around the Black Humanities course that we'll be bringing back to the board in June for adoption for fall of 2022, because it ties closely to this one as well.
So, a few years ago when the district began to embrace project-based learning, there was some sort of survey or whatever, that we were encouraged if you had innovative ideas to maybe break the traditional model and propose a co-teach standard-based with community outreach course, put it out there. And April and I gravitated to that and thought that it kind of was a natural pairing with what we did between, the social studies and the English, but I'm also kind of a wannabe English teacher.
And I'm a wannabe social studies teacher, so.
And just the opportunity to do some cross-curricular work. But also when I was in high school, a long time ago at Kettle Moraine High School, there was a course called Humanities, and you could take it for like social studies credit, but for a semester, but you could take it for a year in order to satisfy a fine arts requirement, which was part of which was a way for non-artistic people like myself to earn the honors diploma that Kettle Moraine offered. So I've always been attracted to something like that, a cross-curricular class, interdisciplinary, strong community outreach component. And I saw this is kind of a vehicle for that sort of embrace of our PBL and some of our equity work as well. So we've talked about, and I'm sorry to go on about this, but like also years ago, before the federal government cut funding for it, Nathan Hale benefited, and I suppose Central at the end, benefited from Theodore Lehrman Institute of American History out of New York City hosted junior historian forums through the Teaching American History grant, and it was access to topic and material, and they brought in a scholar that did staff development with teachers, but then also the next day a session with students, and it was hosted at UWM or Marquette or various universities around town. And it was excellent. We did it as an extracurricular activity, and I worked collaboratively with some of the upper level Spanish students at Nathan Hale on a Latino history course, and there were several on African American history. And those are just like really exciting opportunities that I wish we could have fit into the regular classroom instead of being these additional things that obviously limited participation. So this also seemed like an opportunity to do that, bring in other voices through the window of history and literature and music and culture and a lot of the other influences that might be left out of traditional classrooms.
And I think it's such a great time for it too, because there are so many organizations that are excited about collaborating with schools now and excited about collaborating with students and service learning, and like this is a really exciting time, I think, for project-based learning and for cross-curricular classes around topics that are kind of maybe non-traditional for the regular school like structure or system. We're just really excited about it and looking forward to being able to build.
So for the course that we're proposing for fall of 2021, that one is a half-credit social studies elective specific to Black studies. Our team is going to work on one that is a half-credit social studies elective for spring that is focused around Latinx studies. And then the humanities course we'll bring forward for the fall of 2022 within the next, probably sometime in June. To propose that course to also be added to the catalog to open up more and more of those offerings that are student-driven and student-led and incorporate all of our equity beliefs as well as a lot of our work around the deeper learning work. And we have some special guests with us in the audience as well tonight. So I'll ask Carrie and Ms. Hanson and our students to step up to the podium, if you don't mind, and just share a little bit around why this course is so important to you.
Okay, hi, I'm Carrie Hansen. I'm a social studies and avid teacher at West Allis Central. It's very nice to see you all. And I'm joined with Mr. Rice, a school counselor at Central as well. And I think we may have some of our students in the Zoom. I'm not quite sure, and some may actually be showing up still in the next couple minutes, we'll see. But most importantly, I'm joined by Zoe King, who I'm going to let take the microphone because she is the visionary behind this course. She had a really strong desire that she shared with a lot of her students to make this course happen. And really, there's nothing I can say that would be more important than what she has to share just about her experience, which has been wonderful at West Allis Central. She's actually our Honor Cup winner this year, which we're very proud of. And she's just got a huge list of accomplishments, including going to Madison next fall. And we're just very proud of her, so I'm going to let her go ahead and just talk a little bit about her vision for the course, which she is kind enough to share with you, even though she will not actually be taking the course. But she's got some younger siblings and lots of friends who will benefit. So, do you want to come up?
Hi everyone, my name is Zoe King. I'm a senior at West Allis Central High School, and I am the president of our Black Student Union. We've been talking about having an African American Studies course at Central since I got there. Ms. Hanson and I, it was both our first year together at Central, and immediately we knew that it was something that we wanted to create together by the time that I graduated high school. So we developed the Black Student Union as a way to sort of carry our mission through, and I just want to say thank you guys for being here to hear and listen to us students, and just take the time to develop the course that we feel like is necessary and essential moving forward. I think our vision for a course is really just to make all students more aware of, what it is to be Black in America and learn about African American history. I think that it's not only important for Black students to learn about African American history, but all students. I think that hopefully the goal is to send students out into the world to be well-rounded And in order to do that, it's important that they get perspectives from all different cultures and all sorts of people that they're going to come in contact with in life. So I think that's the goal, is to just create an understanding between the Black community and all other communities. And I also want to say that it's important that we are involved in the process of creating the curriculum, because we can't have anything for us without us involved. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nate Rice. I'm a school counselor. I'm at Central. I've been there 6 years, and I was over at Hale for 14. And this project, or this initiative to try to build an African American history or Black studies class, I think is powerful, because we have so many areas where our kids are taking like an introductory class, like maybe they take psychology and then they take AP psychology. They take chemistry, they take AP chemistry. So this would be like a class that I think is consistent with the mission of the school district to create opportunities for students to learn in depth. Deeper learning is something that's important. We understand you can do that in an individual, like a U.S. history class, for example, and you might decide to look at some African American history issues, but that's not going to give you what you can do if you have 90 class periods, a semester-long course to go in depth, to learn more about your history as an African American. But for our white students, our Latinx students, our Asian students, all our students, it's such a powerful, inspiring history that I think our students, the more they know about it, the more inspired they're going to be, the better they're going to be prepared to interact in our multicultural society. So I strongly support the class, and I appreciate the support of everybody to get it to the board level. So thank you to the committee, and hoping to get a thumbs up tonight. Thank you.
Any questions from our board members?
Jane?
So it's fascinating, so I just want to hear a little bit more about, so are there any other courses like this for high schools? Are we piloting this? Have we looked at any other high schools that might be offering this? And then we put our flair on it? How are we building this?
Well, there are quite a few high schools in our area that have a similar course,
Okay.
or have either the humanities Black course or Black studies course, a Latinx studies course.
Okay.
That's becoming more and more common within our area, as well as a push to review some of the history courses in general, to look at the curriculum that's being presented, to look at the views of different races and cultures throughout time, to make sure that it's not completely a Eurocentric approach to that work. And so this is a big step for us in that direction. But there are quite a few. And then there's also, I don't know if April and Mike, or if Carrie and Nate want to talk about, there's some collaboration with some of our university experts as well, who have been doing this work for a very long time. And they've been having conversations. Do we have somebody with us, Carrie, that would like to speak? So we have conversations a lot about with those individuals around some of their expertise and how they bring that into the field.
Yeah, we're extremely lucky and honored to have Dr. Florence Johnson with us actually today, who's been with us from the start of the organization. And she is a professor at UW-Milwaukee. She's actually worked with a lot of the teachers in our district who attended UWM. And she's here, and I don't know if you wanted to say a few words, or you don't have to. So this is Dr. Johnson, and she could just introduce herself.
Thank you so much, Caroline. I want to thank the Board of Directors and the Superintendent and all of the support staff who have supported to this point the development of a course on Black Studies. I have worked with others here at Central for the last year or so, most specifically during Black History programs, providing presentations and other information around that topic. I have been involved in education all of my life, not only at UWM, but I taught third grade. That's how I started. So my whole life is about education, public school education. So I saw the enthusiasm of the students here at Central about many things, and wanting to see some types of changes, some changes that would reflect more diversity within the school. So it's been my goal to work with them in any way I could to help them develop a framework for having that happen. So I've been at UWM a long time. I work in Department of Ed Policy and Community Studies, and certainly most of the courses I teach deal with diversity, multicultural education, race relations, etc. So I'm here to support in any way I can the development, help those who are working with it develop the framework, more refine, I think, the framework, and to continue, working with the schools to help get that propelled and really moving in a positive way. Are there any questions you need to ask me?
Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding this course? No? No? All right, well, I'd look for a motion.
Move to approve. Second. We all wanted it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes. Thank you very much.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yes, Kristen.
I attended the Black History Month that the Black Student Union put on, and I'm just so impressed with Miss King over there. You're a wonderful young lady, and I'm very proud of you, and I hope all the work that all the kids have done toward this is just phenomenal. So lots of great things going on in our community, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to item 10.4, international travel to Senegal, West Africa, spring of 2022. I have Miss Raymer.
Yep, I am here. And our teacher who has brought this next opportunity forward, who was here last board meeting with our trip to France, is also here this evening to talk about an opportunity for our students to travel to Senegal, West Africa. So I will pass it along to her.
For allowing me to join you tonight. And this is especially exciting after this African American Studies class approval. This is just super. Senegal is near and dear to my heart. I had gone there when I was an undergraduate, and I was at a non-traditional college, and our instructions were pretty much choose any country in a so-called developing third world, as I was doing cross-cultural communications. And I chose Senegal thinking, well, it's French speaking, and their first president had been a poet, Leopold Senghor, and he was very active in the formation of Negritude. And I thought, how could I go wrong? And it was the experience of a lifetime. And even though it was so many years ago, it's something that I've never forgotten. And even though we've done fabulous trips to France, which I'm so grateful for, and the kids are signed up and excited about that, this trip to go to Senegal is something that is just a dream. And I think our kids will so benefit from the experience of arriving in Senegal, in Western Africa. And we're going to be going to a pilot village where there were street children, but an NGO got it started as a little village so that these kids were able to form working together and making their lives worthwhile and moving forward with their lives. We'll be going to Lac Rose, which is this pink lake. We'll be going to Gorée Island, which is known as where the slaves from all of the African continent passed through on their way out from there. It's become a UNESCO heritage site. There's other villages where we'll be meeting with people, which is what's so exciting about this particular trip is through forum, and we specifically emphasize wanting to have contact with the people, wanting to have traditional experiences. So we'll be doing things like making batik, which is the fabric. It's used with wax to make designs that's on there. Having a chance to do batiking, having meals with villagers. We'll travel around, going to a few different villages, going to San Luis, which is one of the bigger towns or cities with colonialism homes and things that are left over alongside mosque and things. Senegal is primarily a Wolof speaking country. The official language is French. The national language that everyone speaks is Wolof, but there's tons of other people, Mandinka, Pearl, Fular, a whole bunch of different people that are in Senegal. There's a chance to go to a bird sanctuary. There's a chance to go to the desert. As I mentioned, there's a chance to go to Glory Island. There's also a chance to be involved with African street art and going to the African Village of Arts where they have different things going on there. And then again, there's the wildlife safari that's at a private wildlife reserve. So it's just a trip that I am so excited about. And for all the traveling I've been blessed and fortunate to make happen in my life, this is just a trip that I think will move kids, our kids, beyond their years and insight and wisdom, like just beyond anything and everything. And it so fits in with our vision of the district in the deeper learning and growing and developing the students to be all of who and what they are and can be, and we as a community together can be, that I really sincerely hope you will feel positive about this trip. It would be for spring break of 2022. I have traveled with Forum, this organization, before, and they are fabulous. Everything is safe. They take precautions. So everything, I have total trust and confidence in them. And again, just the chance to be in Senegal. And I remember the first time when I came back, my first impression, I was driving into Chicago with some friends, and suddenly I thought, oh my gosh, all this electricity. I just couldn't believe there was all this electricity that was on, and it was staying on all night. And it just seemed like such a waste of electricity after people who didn't have electricity, and seeing that they did it. And now this is going to be several years later, and we're fortunate that we'll be going to, as I mentioned, some of these villages that are UN protected, and they've been developed to serve their population. And we'll meet students. We get to meet students, go to school. So it's really a super opportunity that I hope we're able to afford for our students, for our children. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
All right, does anyone have any questions? Yes, Jane.
So this is open to both Hale and Central
And Docky.
and Dotke.
Yep.
And so around how much interest is there to go to this? Do we have, is this a large group of kids going? Are you taking a class before you go? How do we get the kids interested and involved, and how do we front load them for something like this?
We'll get information from Forum. We can talk it up. We can travel with as few as 6 students and as many as up to 9 or 10 or more. There's no limit. It's just the way the pricing goes, as a matter of fact, is the more students that go, the more inexpensive everything becomes, because you have larger quantities.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that from just, even in my global cultures classes, I'm at Central during the morning and West Intermediate in the afternoon. And in the global cultures class, when we mentioned Senegal or West Africa, the kids are all excited thinking about that then. So I think that it's the opportunity of just speaking it up and talking about it and sharing it and promoting it as a way of letting kids really consider that, wow, this is an option, this is a possibility, this is something that I can experience, I think will be a way of front loading it and really energizing students around this. And especially it just fits so well with this African American Studies class, and it's just fabulous. I think it's just wonderful, a wonderful fit.
Other questions? DG, you had mentioned that there was like a special deal, that's why, part of the reason why it was coming forward early, or, sooner than normally it would. Was there some sort of discount or something that was being given? Why is this being brought forward?
The French teacher community is a small community, and there was a French teacher who was organizing a trip to Senegal for a spring break, and it was going to be for educators, and it was not during our spring break time. And then another French teacher friend had organized this trip through Forum before COVID hit, and they were unable to go. So the trip has basically been in place. It just didn't have students using it. And then I thought, oh my gosh, our spring break, this would be fabulous since it's already been put together, and it's a wonderful, just the contact with the people and the experiences of eating together and enjoying life together is just very exciting.
Yeah, and I had shared with Noah and Brian, normally again, this is coming up quick as it's next year's spring break. We're usually a good year out when we approve any kind of international travel. But there was this opportunity for a trip that had already been organized and planned and was set for students that we just didn't want to miss out on in order to offer that to our students. And so it's coming up a little quicker. We'll be highly encouraging. They do have a lot of, and it's an onboard book for the public to see as well as for the board to review. They have a lot of COVID precautions built into the trips and built into those pieces. And then we'll just be highly encouraging our families to take the insurance for the trip just in case for some other reason that, things aren't where we thought they would be by next spring and travel isn't for some reason safe to do.
Brian?
With it being a shorter turnaround, are there going to be enough fundraising opportunities to make sure that this trip is accessible to those who do want to partake?
There's always Donors Choose, writing a grant. I've done that for trips before. There's always restaurant options where you work with the restaurant to get a percentage of the food. I think that there's different options that we can work on. There are GoFundMe pages that the kids can do. That's one of the things that with the France trip was an option for the kids to do, like their own GoFundMe page. So I think that it's March 2022, and I think that getting started, if we get it approved, we can get it out and move on presenting it before the school year ends, even though we're speaking a couple of weeks. That's a chance to open it up so that the kids are aware of it. And then the way they're working their payments, they're not accepting the first payment even, although you can make monthly payments, but the first payment wouldn't be due until September 30th, 2021. So there's the whole summer to start before even having to start making payments, or they can start sooner. So I think that we'd be able to work around it. And I think that fundraising is something we can certainly work on doing. And kids doing already jobs or babysitting or lawn mowing or those sorts of things can be putting that money towards this goal now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'd look for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motion and second. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. Sounds like a great opportunity for our students, and all the best of luck for fundraising so we can get them there. All right, I'm going to move on now to item 10.5, the English language arts adoption, grades 4K through 5. Ms. Raymer.
Well, and I think this is my last one on the agenda for the evening, so this will be the last of getting to hear from me for a little while. But this is our 4K through 5th grade ELA adoption. We had our workshop around the adoption last week. And this is the opportunity for the board to support the action to adopt the resource. That includes, the resource would be a 6-year cycle for us that includes all of the workbooks, all of the trade books, all of the text in the hands of our students, as well as all of the online resources and the professional development for the teachers, the embedded professional development. As a separate line item, we'll also be looking to purchase the book rooms, but those are not a renewable every 6 years cost. That's a one-time cost for us. And then the resource would be renewable should we choose to continue with it after the 6 years. And we have priced it out to be for plenty of materials for each classroom in our school district across all of our schools, as well as ensuring that the resource is super flexible in its use so that it aligns to our deeper learning work, as well as includes quite a bit of culturally relevant text so that our learners can see themselves in the text. And so we are looking tonight for board approval to go ahead and make the purchase.
All right, anyone have any questions?
I just have a quick question on the quote. Don't we have 11 elementary schools?
Oh, yep, good question, Amy. We do, but we had purchased one book room as part of the pilot so that we could see it and make sure that it was a resource that we needed. So one of them is sitting partially in this room with some of the boxes that are along the wall, and partially in our office at the back so our teachers could actually see it and play in it and look in it before. So that book room will get shipped to the other elementary.
Other questions? The only question I had was also about the quote. It said it was only good till May 14th. The pricing, I presume that.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's a good question, Noah. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that on the quote. Our rep is actually on the Zoom with us this evening, but yeah, the quote is certainly good through this evening. Should we go ahead and approve tonight?
Okay, as long as that's true. Any other questions? If not, look for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes.
All right, and thank you for that. And now I get to answer all the teacher emails who wanted to know how quickly they could get their hands on the resource. And yep, they've been coming in fast and furious for the last few days. And so now I can reply to them that we're going to go ahead and place the order. So they are very thankful, and our learners are thankful for your support.
All right, well, I'm glad that we're able to provide that for them. Now move on to item 10.6, policy revisions to number 535 rule, staff reduction in force procedures. First reading, Mr. Thompson.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. I am here following up on conversations that we've had in our board committee, and it's in regards to the reduction in force matrix, which is criteria that's been established for many years, and it gets implemented when there needs to be reductions in staff. And so there is a matrix that we follow, and it's built on points. And what we've seen over the course of years is that as we're looking at the matrix and how it applies to some of our employees, in each of the sections we're seeing that there's opportunities for ties. And so this year, for example, there was a tie after we went through the first two criteria, which is educational service years, and then the most recent performance summative. And when that's the case, then we go to the next set of criteria, which is past performance history, degrees or licensure, additional degrees or licensure that an employee might have. And then what's written in the current matrix right now is involvement in the school or school district community. And that's an opportunity, again, to earn X amount of points. Well, when there's been a tie, past practice has been that you go to date of hire as the final point to break that tie. And in our board committee, we had conversations that was a practice that's been used, but it's not included in this particular rule for the reduction in force matrix. And so I'm here tonight with a proposed change to the reduction in force matrix. And that change would be to take out item 5, which is the involvement in the school or district community, and put in writing that we would then be using the date of hire as the final criteria piece instead of what we have currently. And so as we go through that matrix, the person that has the least seniority would be the one identified for the reduction position that we are working through with the matrix. And so, like Noah said, this is the first reading, so it's held for 30 days, and then we come back for a vote. But that is the proposed change in regards to the reduction in force matrix.
Questions? If no questions, then I would look for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Any last minute discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Okay, now I'll be moving on to item 10.7, the 2020-2021 budget amendments. Ms. Windler.
Thank you, Noah. So we talked in depth last week about some changes that we've seen in our budget this year. So there were a number of them, some of them due to COVID, some of them not. We saw reduced costs in transportation and utilities. We saw a decline in enrolled students with special needs, which ultimately means we have fewer costs in Fund 27. We're able to utilize our flow-through grant, which is a federal grant, and ultimately that reduces the transfer that we have to make from Fund 10 to Fund 27. So that frees up some budget dollars within Fund 10. And then another sizable piece of our savings that we saw within our Fund 10 general operating budget this year was we were able to utilize some of our achievement gap reduction funds and move some of our salaries and benefits of staff who are eligible onto the AGR grant. So from Fund 10 onto the AGR grant, which then freed up those salary and benefit expenses within our Fund 10 budget as well. So the total projected amount of these savings is about $6 million. And so we are looking to make budget amendments for the current year budget in that amount. And the breakdown then of those funds would be to transfer $2 million from Fund 10 to Fund 46. And Fund 46 is our capital improvement fund. So those would be for future capital improvements per our plan that is currently adopted for Fund 46, which we can change with future board approval. And then also reflected is additional $4 million going to fund balance, which the board will then commit to a designated purpose, which we talked last week about retirement benefits. And that also would happen at an upcoming board meeting via an action item. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions about that? If not, I would look for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes. Thank you very much, Ms. Windler. All right, that concludes our portion of the regular board meeting. We will adjourn for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back for our first workshop. We are adjourned. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We're going to go into our first workshop, 11.1 College and Career Readiness Technology Plan. Mr. Hengel, if you would.
All right. Good evening, and thanks for me joining you today. I got some friends on Zoom who are also going to help me out if we have any questions and through discussion. And Caitlin's over there too if she needs to jump in at all. But just wanted to talk about the tech plan. So this is something that we do every 3 years. You can see we're working on through 2021 to 2024, which seems so far in the distance at this point. It was a little interesting when we were doing some conversations this afternoon about talking, when the next plan comes up in the summer of 2024 for 2024 to 2027. So just trying to make all of those things work. We do have a number of people on our committee that you can see here. They get their moment of fame. So we have some principals, we have some deeper learning coaches, we have innovation coaches, we have our district admin, we have tech department, and Gary was on when he was a school board member as well. So you can see kind of our names there. We've met As a whole group, we started meeting in January, and we met as a whole group, I think 3 times, and have had some further conversations as we do some breakouts as intermediate and high school look different than elementary and things like that. So huge thanks to these people for kind of being the sounding board a little bit for whether their department or their building as they're collecting information and getting that to us as well. So huge thank you to them. So we started with our why, and really looking at, like, through that lens of technology, how are we achieving equity through deeper learning? And you can see, you know, our mission there, we are really focusing on that deeper learning part, but how does technology provide us an opportunity to go further with our students and really get them on that path to living life on their own terms? So we identified really 3 of our equity non-negotiables that this work really lands in. Engaging students in authentic and rigorous learning through our curricular materials, instructional practices and assessments that are free of discrimination and bias and are culturally responsive. As you know, technology is really the gateway to accessing a lot of our curricular materials and things that we've adopted over the last, I've been in this position for 5 years, so over the last 5 years, and really improving our instructional practices, whether we're in a COVID year or if we're outside in a normal year. And also our second equity non-negotiable, you know, those deeper learning competencies, driving instructional planning, increasing those equitable opportunities for all students. There's some pieces that we've talked about in our plan that's coming up a little bit later, but just super proud of our work as a committee and our work really as leaders. That includes you guys as well as school board members and as principals and coaches, and about how our conversations were centered around providing equitable access for all students, and what that looks like all the way from the east end of town all the way to the west end of town. And then also, obviously, analyzing our data in order to support that resource allocation and funding. We don't want to be wasteful with those funds. Aligning our district policies and procedures to our equity non-negotiables and creating that piece for all. So that's really where we started. We looked at the strategic plan. I know that you guys have looked at it before, but just identifying, we went through some of the pieces in which we touch on in the technology as well. And then looking at, in our first meeting, we talked about like what's going well. So in 2017, we adopted our current technology plan, and that one was really an adoption of a new one from the 2014 to 2017 plan. So that plan was about 65 pages long. It had a lot of things that we kind of took out in the 2017 plan and kind of got to like those nuts and bolts of like, how are we gonna measure success? What does it look like? How do we know that we're being successful? And then identifying some of those opportunities for growth too. So that was important for us to continue that work as we do in our continuous improvement cycles, whether it's school improvement plans or whether it's department plans or whatever that looks like. But what are those things that we're doing well, and then where do we have opportunities to continue to align our resources to that mission and vision of our school district? So, you know, this was January, so we were still, it seems like it was ages ago at this time. But everybody was really, really proud on our nimbleness and our ability for planning in the pandemic. I think back to when Marty had sent me an email, I think it was March 5th, it was like a Friday afternoon at about 5 o'clock. He sent me an email, he's like, hey, I think this COVID thing is like starting to become a thing. We should probably like get all of our, like, how do we get users and usernames and passwords and to get those out to families to be able to access all of our online content. Because we had already had a number of platforms that had transitioned to be online. So it was really just the communication to families. So I started looking up this COVID-19 thing, and I was like, man, Marty was like really on this, because the only things I could find were those schools like in Washington and Oregon where it was like, oh, we're gonna close for a half day, we're gonna wipe down the desks, and then the kids are gonna come back the next day. So really, this committee had already recognized that we had already owned things like Alex, that was an online platform, StudySync was being piloted in a number of different areas. We had Lexia, we had Dreambox, we had a lot of things where we could really shift and be in that nimble and agile phase. We also recognize that it was in the last tech plan, is that we wanted to provide 24/7 access for students to curricular materials. And we achieved that obviously through Skyward and now through Schoology as our learning management system. Also, we're doing well is purchasing software programs that allow for student and teacher interactions and communications, things like Zoom, and having those platforms that are available for teachers. We've been pretty, I know in our department, Leadership and Learning, we've been pretty flexible, as we've identified here, is the openness and flexibility to purchase new apps and programs to use with devices. So as people have found things that we've decided, like, oh yeah, that would be something really good and universal for all of our students, we purchase those for staff. So some things that people identified were Kami, which is a PDF editing app or extension for Chrome, which has been really, really well received at the secondary level, where students have been taking Chromebooks home and they're not able to edit PDFs like kids can do on an iPad, where they can just take a screenshot and write on there. Gizmos has been an online, you heard about it last week in the science group, online lab simulations, so being able to support that as well. So there's been a number of different things that we identified this year as doing well. And some areas in our room for growth is that we've identified that our technology is not necessarily equal at all sites. So we talked about this back in 2017. As we have different buildings that have different ways that they spend their building budget, so they've allocated their building budget differently. As I sent out some spreadsheets in looking at like our projector usage, which we're going to talk about a little bit later, is like how old are projectors in our buildings, and do they have an Apple TV? Do they have speakers? It was widely varied all over the board. So we really want to identify that and help support those areas. So, and even sometimes within buildings, the classroom to classroom comparison is not where we want it to be in terms of being equal for all of our buildings. We've tried to identify like how much of a building budget is going to support technology needs, but it varies so much we couldn't put a normal percentage to it, because, and the other thing that struggles is that, as some of you know, I was a principal of a small school, and if it didn't matter if I taught, or if I was a principal of a small school or I was a principal of a large school, a projector goes, the projector still costs $429. And when your building budget is $25,000, sometimes that doesn't get replaced, whereas your building budget's $400,000, you probably have 2 or 3 of them laying around. So that is a real piece that we wanted to address moving forward. Also, I mean, this is always, I think this just speaks to our teachers in general being really like sponges for their own learning and really doing this efficiently and appropriately and equitable for all of our students, is to build that technology literacy for students and staff. That professional development, being able to use the newest tools, being able to support that, being able to provide that first-class education for all of our students. Obviously, you're going to hear this anytime, is aging technology, so things like Chromebook batteries and chargers and the condition of what the devices are in. Like I said, goes back to that first bullet point of having the technology available at all sites. That's kind of that equal and level playing field. Another piece was some of the software, like premium accounts. So we always get a number of individual requests for different premium accounts, where it might not necessarily be appropriate for us to buy that for everybody in the entire district. But a lot of times teachers are spending this money out of their own pocket, and we really obviously want to avoid that. So being able to level that playing field for all of the classrooms across the district, and instead of, like I'll use Matt as an example. Matt always calls me right around this time and is like, hey, should I buy another cart of Chromebooks? And I'm I'm always like, well, let's look at, like what's the decision-making process behind that? Knowing that a cart of Chromebooks costs about $10,000 to $11,000. And if we were appropriately supplying schools with that technology, which is our goal in the plan, then that money could be freed up to pay for some of these premium accounts, which teachers wouldn't have to pay for out of their own pocket. Also streamlining some of our district-wide purchasing accounts that we use with common school funds as well, just so we can make sure that we're maximizing those discounts. We do some group discounts and things through CISA 1 that we get a discount on, which is, we just want to be able to be all on the same page. It's like, okay, who's ordering Brain Pop this year? Okay, it's 9 elementary schools. Well, let's make sure we get a discount for that so we can maximize our dollars. And then one other request that we've seen a lot of has been more recording equipment in buildings for things like podcasts. Teachers are using this to record students reading for their F&P levels, so the kids can see growth kind of in like an online portfolio over the course of the year. They want to be producing, they want to be creating, they want to be doing voiceovers for things. So we've also talked about what does that look like. We just sent out some equipment through Common School Funds that we purchased out of our district Common School Funds account that will help push this in this area. So those should hopefully be coming in soon. And just for a historical piece, in 2017 when we had our last tech plan, we had 8,200 students, and for next year we're projected to be at about 7,500 students. So you can see that there's obviously going to be less devices that'll be needed, but that's kind of the number. About 7,500 is what I've been kind of working off of. And then just to give you some background on our current devices. So right now, we have 4K as per decision of the last technology plan, has shared devices. So it's about I would say 1 to 3, maybe in some instances 1 to 4, in some instances 1 to 2. Again, if buildings have been purchasing devices out of their own budget. And those are iPad 4s, which are probably about 6 to 7 years old, and even minis, which are even older than that. And then in our 5K through 5th grade, most of our devices are 5th generation iPads and 6th generation iPads. Lane is 1-to-1 iPads, and those are mostly 5th gen. West Milwaukee is a combination of iPads and Chromebooks in a 1-to-1, and then FLW is about a 0.92 to 1. So not quite as many devices, and I'll talk about that here in a second. Not quite as many devices as they have students. And then 9-12 is Chromebooks, which is about 0.8 to 1. And these, the middle school, those decisions were in the last tech plan of what the preference of devices were based on staff that were at those 3 intermediate schools. One of the huge barriers that we're running into is the funding sources of where these came from. So in some instances, they're common school funds. Common school funds has certain rules and regulations where you can only check them out, like a library book, for 2 weeks. So we have a number of Chromebooks that are purchased in common school funds. Leadership and Learning has bought Chromebooks. Tech department has bought Chromebooks. Building budgets have bought Chromebooks and iPads. The tech plan bought a bunch of Chromebooks and iPads. So there's all these different funding sources, and we've purchased them with Title I funds in the past, and they all come with those different rules. Obviously, the common school funds is being the most restrictive, because if you look at a building like FLW, they have about 1,100 devices for 900 and let's just say 950 kids, but like 300 or 400 of them are common school funds. So you can check them out for 2 weeks. You're checking out a cart, and then you have to bring them back, and then somebody else is checking it out. So it's not necessarily an ideal situation. So what we want to do is we want to streamline that, get that in the tech plan, and then so we're not going to have some of those issues that we've had in the past. And this is really coming off of the heels of 2017 when we had a failed referendum, right? Yes. So in 2017, when we had our last tech plan go forward, the budget was, quite, I wouldn't say lofty, but the budget was like where we would get everything purchased out of Fund 10. And then when the budget when the referendum failed, we had to kind of make do and come up with new funding sources. And the life of a Chromebook being about 5 years, we're kind of coming to the end of some of those. Obviously, 2017, 2022. So we'll talk about that a little bit as well. And then we've also got a number of platforms. Like I said, we have things like Alex Study Sync. Scholastic is going to have an online component. Discovery Ed is a purchase that we've also had using Common School Funds. But then our newer ones, Schoology as our LMS, having Zoom, and then Kami as a PDF editor. Those three things have really been like the MVPs in terms of platforms for COVID. So we had staff computer refresh in winter and spring of this year. And I think when we originally had started talking about this in our tech plan meetings, there was an assumption that the average classroom tech would have a mounted projector with either a hardwired connection for a teacher Dell desktop or a teacher Dell laptop, or an Apple TV for a teacher MacBook, a pair of corded speakers, and then you have an array of extension cords and power cords for charging. And as we've seen more and more purchasing of that over the past probably 4 or 5 months in ESSER funds for buildings. I think that became less common the more and more we got into it. We're finding that a lot of classrooms still don't have mounted projectors, they don't have speakers. Apple TVs are 10 years old and are no longer being supported by Apple. So that's really kind of what our baseline, what we kind of wanted to set. Again, so kind of our current status, and this is up to, we use our Destiny as a asset management tool, and a Destiny can only be as accurate as someone scans in and scans out iPads. So the numbers that we have in Destiny, we have 5,134 iPads in 5th and 6th generation, and they currently just released the 8th generation, Apple did, just a short time ago. We have about 4,560 Chromebooks with support ranging in expiration from September of 2021, September of 2022, and then 2026. So with that 7,500 projected students, we have like 9,700 total devices. But again, a number of those are those Common School Funds. And it's really, we're relying on the Destiny piece in order for that to be accurate. And we find in a lot of situations, it's not necessarily 100% accurate, especially as we've moved devices around from building to building this year, just to make sure that, when school came back, that kids would be one-to-one and have that devices home. So as those devices are coming back in the building in the next, a lot of schools they're coming back this week and next week. We'll start to see not only the number of devices that are coming back, but also, most importantly for our concern, is the condition of the devices that are coming back. So yeah, there's like a real balance, especially in the secondary, as per the 2017 tech plan and what we had observed from the board at that time, was that in the secondary we did not want to go one-to-one. And so there's often times where we purchase a cart of 30 Chromebooks, and a class might only have 24 Chromebooks in the cart. Or I'm sorry, a class might only have 24 students, and so you have 6 Chromebooks that are kind of sitting there for that hour. That's where you get like a number of devices that are higher than the total number of students. This also includes teacher iPads as well, so that's about 400 different devices. So really there's a difference of about 1,500 to 1,600. And I would assume as we start to get those back in and everything is scanned and accurate, just as we do that for all of our books at the end of the year to make sure that we have accurate counts, that gap will kind of close a little bit as well. So in terms of our elementary priorities, as we kind of split these off in a little bit, elementary was really looking for a continued use of one-to-one iPads, but also to include 4K. As soon as we did like a 1-to-2, 1-to-3, 1-to-4 in 4K in 2017, within that year, we heard from 4K teachers like, okay, that might actually be good to have those in one-to-one. That way you're not sharing in station rotations and things like that. So including 4K. And then replacing aging hardware, things like projectors and Apple TVs. Like I said, we have, there'll be some slides up here, but our Apple TVs that are originally purchased, we think back to about 2010 or 2011, they're not supported by Apple after 2015. And they're no longer able to connect to the iTunes store after 2018. So that's where we see a lot of, especially when we were in hybrid, there's a lot of lagging, there's a lot of connection issues, and so that's something that we wanted to address. And also currently, in elementary, we have keyboards, but usually those keyboards are only used for state testing. So, in addressing some of our 21st century skills, things like keyboarding and like the things like that, we had a number of different breakout groups that were identifying like the kids really don't use a keyboard until almost 6th grade when they get a Chromebook in some instances, or at least using that like repetitively. So addressing things like keyboards and styluses, some of the 4K teachers and kindergarten and 1st grade teachers have talked about like just getting kids to write with a stylus on their iPad. It's just, working on that fine motor skills is gonna be really important for our kids. So increasing those number of keyboards and styluses that are available. And we have, like I said, we still have a small number of keyboards as we typically only buy those for state, we've only bought those for state testing, which was in about 2016, I wanna say. Those are those are the ones that we use. We've bought adapters from when they went from iPad 2s, when if you remember you had the old huge 30-pin connector now to the Lightning connector. We've just bought adapters, so we wanna increase that number as well. So a couple of different numbers here in different scenarios, and looking for some, I guess some discussion from you guys and some feedback from you guys as we go through this. There's the idea of the left side is kind of like how we've done in the past is we've tried to operate in cycles. We don't want to go out and have to buy all of our devices in 1 year, and then all of a sudden 4 years later when it's time to replenish, like all of a sudden we're buying a whole new set of devices, because budgets are sometimes unpredictable as much as great of a job as Caitlin does. It's hard, it's not easy. So being able to, in this option, hold on to our 6th gen iPads, which are, Bruce, you want to help me out on, let's see if Bruce is there, what year we bought those in, 2018? I heard Bruce unmute, but I cannot hear Bruce. I can see him. Okay, so we'll safely say 2018. Obviously, they're 6th gen, so they're 2 years out of where they're on the 8th gen now. And so we would like to hold on to those devices in this option. And typically what we do is just filter those down to 4K and to like kindergarten, kind of however many devices we can get out of that. We've also had some discussion of, when a device breaks, then the student would maybe get a 6th gen. And we can have those kind of in our stockpile of, I'll just use the term extras for lack of any better term, as they often, it's nice to have a few on hand in case of a breakage or screen crack as those are fixed. So that would put us at about 2,519 new iPads. And some conversations that we've been having a lot with not only Apple, but there's also third-party companies that have started to look into this, is our cost for that iPad is $294 and then $34.95 for the case. So as we have a few board members that were around in 2017, we talked a lot about in 2017 about our cases. We used to have essentially what was like 3 sheets of loose leaf paper wrapped around an iPad. Anytime you dropped it from maybe more than 6 inches, that iPad was gonna break. We were in probably a range of about 5 to 10% of our iPads were broken at any given point. So in 2017, per recommendation of our tech plan committee and per approval of the board, is we really wanted to purchase some rugged cases, which has been an absolute game changer, especially now that kids have been taking them home, because we typically see across the 4,000 iPads that we have, anywhere from about maybe 1% breakage rate for the year. I think Brandon has been keeping a spreadsheet since about the last 3 years, and he usually fixes about 125 to 150 devices every year out of 4,000. So this has been an absolute game changer for us. It's probably been one of the best investments that we've made in terms of technology, hands down. So that looks, that STM case is just, if anybody has their iPad, that's the one that you have on your case. It's got the magnetic, yep, Jane has hers. It's got the magnetic piece on there, really nice corners. Amy has hers over there. Thanks, Amy. And so that's been, that's been a lifesaver for us. It's not only saving Brandon time in fixing it, but it's saving downtime for kids if we don't have extras, and that's been a positive. So the AC in the second line is for AppleCare. So this has been a new piece for Apple, has obviously recognized that they want to, make a little bit of extra money. And so their AppleCare now has been including more coverage. So they actually now cover basically any breakage on an iPad is covered by AppleCare. And you either have to run it up to the store or they'll send you a new one. It also covers broken chargers and broken charger cables. So we have been doing some digging over the last month or so, and we'll continue to do that, is kind of estimating what is the return on our investment for that. It's $50 per iPad. So you can see the overall cost just for the elementary is about $134,000. And so we're trying to cost out, what do we spend on replacement screens, time and effort, charging cables, charging blocks? Because what we're finding is oftentimes it's not that the charging block and the charging cable is broken, it's actually lost. So then we're charging a fee for a lost charging cable versus it being frayed at the end. So AppleCare obviously does not cover lost charging items. And so that takes our total, as you can see, from $328.95 for a device with a case up to $377, adding about $134,000 into that cost. So option 2, same number of students, but that would be selling back all of our devices. And so we would need all those devices, and you can see those different costs there. It's the same per device, but you're adding essentially about $270,000 in those instances. So that's kind of our elementary iPad replacement. And then again, we talked about this importance of providing equitable opportunities, not only for staff and students, but for anybody really that's entering our building, is making sure that we have Apple TVs for teachers and students to connect to in classrooms. That's how they project in a classroom. So and like I said, some buildings have used building funds in the past, since they've not been selling them since 2015, the past 6 years to replace some of the Apple TV first generations. So you can, when I look at the spreadsheets of here's the projectors and here's the Apple TVs and here's whether or not you have speakers, you'll see oh yeah, that was clearly an Apple TV. There's 2 or 3 in a building. It was we either had a little bit of budget money left over or an Apple TV broke and they had to replace it. So as we've kind of gone through that, we're looking at about 220 Apple TVs. They also, we'll figure out how to get Bruce in, but if we can, it works not on Wi-Fi, but it actually works on Bluetooth, so there's less congestion on the network. This was a big issue when we were in hybrid, when teachers were Zooming and trying to play sound through Bluetooth and everything going on at one time. And then the projector piece, so this has kind of been a little bit of a moving target for us. So if we look at the projectors, we have a standards sheet that Bruce compiles with Frone and Kevin Clark. And that is kind of like, here's our standard. So we look at the projectors that aren't necessarily at that standard. And this would be a maximum replacement at elementary, about 240 projectors. They run about $422 each. Some of our projectors that we have right now don't even have HDMI ports for us to plug an Apple TV in. So that's obviously like not gonna work. So again, this is like a max amount. The actual would have to be based off of need. And so, and this is something where, you know, you might see, as I've looked at projectors, you might see a projector from 2015, but it still has 40% of a lamp life left. We don't want to take that down and just throw it out just because we're like, hey, we got to get new projectors because we need the MC372VX. In some instances, the projectors are that old where they don't have an HDMI. And so that obviously needs to be addressed because the teacher won't be able to project or they have to go through multiple steps. Some of the other pieces that we're trying to work on right now, I'm going to be doing some testing in some classrooms tomorrow, is, well, if you look at our projector up over there by Dr. Lexman, in the ceiling, you can see that when we mounted the projectors, there's 2 outlets. So if you're trying to plug a projector, power for projector, power for Apple TV, and power for speakers, that doesn't necessarily work out. So we're trying to figure out what our best solution is going to be for that. The new projectors that we've been looking at replacing with, these have like a 2-watt speaker. The new ones have a 17-watt speaker. So I'm going to be going to some classrooms that have those tomorrow and like listening to the audio and seeing if that's actually loud enough, because otherwise we'll have to run some audio into a different outlet. And again, some of the older projectors, they don't have audio out, so it's not like you can just plug a speaker in there and then play sound. So, and then we talked about keyboards. I just took a number of 25 students, or 25% of our total students. So if we had, what were we working off of? 3,242 students. We have about 600 to 700 keyboards right now, but supplementing that with another 800 keyboards for the state testing that'll hopefully loosen up on the testing schedules as well, because right now the testing schedules are really set by how many keyboards you have for when the kids are doing writing and things like that, not necessarily educationally what we believe, but it's based on the on technology. So for our elementary budget, again, we've got this range for this iPad replacement, obviously, and then you see the totals there. So you're at about 1 million to about 1.4 million when you add everything together. Is there any?
You just have to unmute, is what we have figured out.
This one?
Right now, I've got you muted back there. You want to handle the meeting on here?
Just hit this one.
Unmuted and mine unmuted, feedback loop.
Okay, just hit this one.
Yeah. So I'm going to go mute back there, and we should be able to hear that.
Any questions on?
Good thing we have all these technology experts while we're talking about the tech.
Any questions on the elementary pieces? Yes, Jane?
So, just again, I was not part of the board during the last adoption of the plan. iPads versus Chromebooks. So why do we switch to Chromebooks when we get older with the kids? Have we ever had a discussion about phasing out iPads and going strictly Chromebooks so that kids get keyboarding and so that it is, consistent throughout?
So in the middle school, I think at the elementary level, most of the discussion is always around some of the content creation pieces. And so, that ability to being able to create some content, to make those iBooks and things like that, those
Okay.
things that come with the iPad and that power that comes with that iPad, versus, I think in middle school, a lot of the discussion is like, okay, this is like, it's more businessy, it's more for word processing. Obviously, the iPad doesn't have a keyboard attached to it. And then we still do have iPads for middle schools, we'll talk about, for teachers to check out. We have shared carts where the kids can, I think there's like Each school usually has about 2 carts, and then like Music Innovations uses an iPad because they use GarageBand. So there's been this, there's been a lot of those conversations around like what that looks like. And a lot of the elementary schools still do have Chromebooks as well, because they purchase them for state testing, or have purchased them in the past. And we've talked about actually as a solution because, we're gonna have a whole bunch of Chromebooks that are just gonna be phased out and not supported, and when they break, they break. Like what would that look like if we push those down into the elementary school so they would have some of those opportunities? Because we had some 5th grade feedback on our tech plan committee where they were like, it would be nice for the kids to be able to access a Chromebook in 5th grade where they can use both of those devices.
Right.
And so they understand that there are multiple options out there. Just like when you are ready to buy your own personal computer, it's kind of like what you feel comfortable with, and you kind of weigh your pros and cons of each.
So from our perspective, when we were hearing this plan, we asked the same question, because it seems like if you're just going down one path, it's simpler for repair and all that sort of stuff, instead of dealing with 2 different, sometimes very different technologies. But the reasoning that we were given is that the things that are used in elementary school are more adapted towards the iPad, the apps and things that are only available on iPads. And then when the staff were queried about what they wanted to use in intermediate and high school, it was based on the need there. That's why some intermediate schools are only one. Lane was the one that wanted to do iPad, and it was a hybrid for FLW. And then it was Chromebook was the thing that they wanted to have for the high school level. So that's kind of how it landed in the plan that we have right now. The same thing for the 1-to-1 versus not 1-to-1. Again, at the time, the discussion was that staff at the high school level felt that it wasn't needed to have a 1-to-1 at the high school level. And that's why we didn't do that, where it was more needed in the elementary level. So that's how it was presented to us. And the board members, Brian, Jeff, Heather, Bill, we were all there for that discussion. And it was a long one, I remember, to go through this, because the technology spending was a big issue early on in the district, a lot of breakage and things like that. And the cases that were brought up was one of the major things. We're spending more on the cases to hope that we would protect, and I'm happy to hear that that investment has worked out to try and prevent that, because we had a lot of breakage or just flat lost, like poof, gone, iPads not found or heard from again. So that's the sort of thing that we were trying hopefully to fix. And that was one question I had, is how many are just flat missing? Like, what's that replacement cost we're looking at for iPads that or Chromebooks that never return?
In terms of like what we pay to, like, if it just goes missing?
Do we know, not what we pay, but do we have any sort of a number?
Oh, like the number of actual devices.
Yeah. Because when we're talking about kids taking stuff home, that's another thing we didn't want to happen. We made the policy it's gonna stay at school to prevent that sort of breakage and loss. So I'm just wondering, obviously we were forced into letting kids take stuff home with COVID. So are we having a similar problem that we had previously before that? Are we seeing a good amount of kids still coming back with their devices? They're taking it back and forth?
I can answer that one then. So we saw far less loss and damage than we anticipated. We knew there would be some, and we've built some money into ESSER funds in order to compensate for that. We won't have the final numbers on all of that until the very tail end of the year, because the iPads and the Chromebooks, especially for the kids who chose to stay virtual, they still need them, obviously, all the way up until the last day of school. So we're in the process right now. Lots of times a fee for a Chromebook or an iPad ends up in someone's account until their senior year, when they furiously try to pay it off in those couple of months right before graduation. And so this is that time when, it's hard to always tell kind of which ones we're gonna get reimbursed for, where are we working through it with families, and then how many we're gonna get back this year. It's something that our innovation coaches and our techs at each school site are currently working on. Like, what was the actual number? So we'll have that to report in a board update over the course of the next, before July. But right now, the one report has been, it's far less than what we thought it would be. And that we're ready for the loss and breakage we assumed that we
Sorry, I kind of hijacked. Jane, do you have other questions?
Just one more about 4K. So, Adam, I think you said this, but I was just not clear. So 4K, we voted, in the last plan to not go to a one-to-one iPad. Did we change that because of COVID, meaning that we wanted all kids to be able to have that? Because I think I'd like to open up discussion about having one-to-one iPads in 4K. I mean, unless it for COVID-19, absolutely, we would need to do that. But otherwise, how much use do you think the iPad gets in 4K? And what changed your mind to go to a one-to-one?
So I think one of, like Noah pointed out, like when we were in 2017 making the last plan, like that was a way where we could cut some pieces out. We put, like I said, we've got like iPad minis. I think those are almost 10 years old. The only thing that you can really do on there is get on the web. That's it. Like the only thing that works on there is Safari or Chrome. No apps work on it, nothing like that. And so I think that was where when we pushed those down, that was obviously a tough decision, and we heard some feedback within that first year from 4K teachers of like, it's, with them trying to type in their own usernames and, you've got 3 different usernames in the back, and it's just time that is, obviously they're teaching that, and building that into their routines, but it's just a lot of management in terms of.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's what you referred to before, but I needed to hear that
it's
again.
okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with that. Okay. Now I'm
Yeah,
good,
I
I'm
wanna
clear.
say In 2017, I think we cut our tech budget by a third. Is like a number that's kind of like sticking out of my head, and that was one of the pieces where we're like, okay, well, if we can not purchase 400 devices, then that's, a savings of a couple $100,000.
Other questions?
Okay, so I'll flip to secondary.
One second, Dan.
Oh, yeah.
I know you mentioned the Apple Care, and you were trying to figure out the time. I presume we're gonna get that figure at some point about how much time and
Yeah,
breakage
it'll
you're
be in the
paying.
ne- Before we come in the next meeting.
Great, thank you. And it'd be good to know how many lost chargers versus broken chargers too, since I know that is a major issue.
And, we did use ESSER funds to purchase a number of chargers, so it's, those are gonna come back to us, so it's like, okay, so you've got this $49 fee, but if it covers the chargers, but we have boxes of them sitting around, is that really worth our cost to be able to do that?
Right, exactly.
Yep.
Right, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, perfect. Okay, so our secondary priorities that we've identified through our committee is, one-to-one Chromebooks or one-to-one, it really should say devices. But again, not using that common school funds, that's what's really getting us right now in terms of those restrictions on common school funds. Our projected enrollment for secondaries is 4,231 students, but yet we are, again, going by Destiny, we have about 5,200 devices. And like, what does that look like in a shared model where, one of my questions that we have still lurking is one-to-one at secondary, and do the devices go home? That's where, some discussions on that as well. And because like I said, in some schools, like I think about Hale, but if you add up devices of Chromebooks and iPads, they're at like 1.1 devices to one student. So, but it's just, again, not necessarily where we need it at every single time. And they have a number of iPads that they have purchased or we've purchased through the Last Tech plan that are used for things like using GarageBand in some of our music classes and things like that. And they use them in some of the arts in order to do some digital editing and stuff like that. So the continuation of some of our digital tools that have been so helpful, things like Schoology, which we've signed on for 3 years. Kami, again, that PDF editing, Gizmos. The most interesting one has been Zoom. We've had a very large request from secondaries to still keep Zoom profiles for teachers because they can use it for meeting with parents, helping kids one-on-one, where if a kid can't stay, and you know, a huge thank you to all of our staff that are doing this, because it's obviously above and beyond. But kids who are like, oh, I got a quick run to, you know, pick up my brother at FLW, I can't stay after school, but I can jump on Zoom at, you know, 3:45 when I can get home, and we can go through one-on-one or whatever that looks like. A lot of teachers have been using this for like parent-teacher conferences, because, I won't get into a debate about that, but I'll just say it makes it easier. IEPs, people have been able to attend in IEPs. We've been able to, you know, tackle a lot of transportation issues. And it's just been really like a thing where we sit around sometimes and say like, why didn't we ever just do this via Zoom? Like I think about leadership, and we have people who drive from schools 25 minutes away, and then you're driving 25 minutes back. Like, oh, we could have had them Zoom in the whole time. And so one of our other pieces has been kind of trying to untether from some cords and have some less cords. At the high school, it's a little bit tough because you have, our high schools have Dells for teacher laptops, in which those are still corded and hook up to a projector that way. But sometimes maybe the cord wasn't run to the right place. It might be misplaced in the school, and so they might be locked into like a weird spot in their classroom because they're tethered there. Speakers, as odd as I found this, when I was looking at some of the secondaries, there was like some buildings where 50% of their classrooms didn't have speakers for their computers. They were either being checked out from the library, or they were just being borrowed, or they were personal speakers that they had purchased. So that was a piece that was identified as a priority. And then also charging carts for devices, especially like in the Chromebooks, there's a number of charging carts. Oh, there's one right back there by Mr. Sikich. Those charging carts are about 13 years old, and I think they weigh, just the cart alone weighs about 100 pounds. They're probably worth about $40 or $50 in recycled metal. But a number of those have been gotten rid of. Again, difficult decisions in 2017 where we wanted to replace the carts, and that was another thing that we said, like, okay, we could save, you know, $100,000 by not replacing these carts. And some buildings have taken that in their own building budget and said, okay, we'll pay for some of the new carts, and some buildings still have some of the older carts. So they're, obviously you can imagine that in a classroom. It takes up quite a significant amount of space. The other ones, the newer, sleeker, like black ones are about, I don't know, probably a third smaller than that. And they're a lot easier to get to the cables and things like that because they're actually made for smaller devices. Those were made for computers like this one right here. So those are our priorities for secondary. So when we look at the life of the secondary devices, we have this 4231 students projected in 2021. We have 3 different models for our Chromebooks. The Chromebook 11, which goes out of service in September of this year. So by out of service, it just means it's not supported anymore. So if there's updates, they won't be able to update. And then once they break, you're not going to be able to be serviced anymore. We have 496 of those devices. And then the 3180s, we have, those are done at the end of next school year, the 2021-2022 school year. We have 3,111 of those devices. And then the 3100, those are ones that we purchased just this year. And that would be, we have 647 of those devices. So obviously our immediate need and recommendation is to replace those 496 devices. They're $268, I think maybe $260 each, about $240, and then there's a licensing fee as well. So you're looking at about $133,000 for that replacement. And we had some conversations this afternoon around this idea that sometimes, you know, companies in the technology world just like to spring things on you. Like nobody ever knows there's a new Apple iPad coming out until the day that it comes out. Not even their people know and can give you a heads up. Is that we're looking at the 3180s, in which we have obviously a significant amount of our fleet still being good for next year, but the devices that we bought this year are good for 5 years. So we were thinking like, if we didn't purchase those right now, we might be able to, they might come out with a 6-year supported device, And why would we jump into something like that? Obviously, that's gonna be a large amount. Why would we jump into something like that where we don't know yet what the future is, and we know that they're gonna be good for a year? So that's kind of, and obviously, you know, the June 2026 ones will be in the 2024 to 2027 plan. Like we've said, we've got some intermediate high schools. They're all 5th generation iPads. You can see the device numbers there. FLW has 104. Those are mostly shared devices. Lane has 584, again, with their students being 1-to-1. West Milwaukee has a mixture, so they have 87. WAC has 64, Hale has 84, and Docky has 5. Again, this is where Destiny tells you you can only be as accurate as Destiny is, because as we were having some conversations, we were like, there's no way that Docky can only have 5 iPads. Some of those devices might have went elsewhere, but again, once we get that stuff back in and scan, we can get an accurate count and get our eyes on all of those devices. So we're looking to replace about 221 shared devices, and those are a little bit more expensive. They're $394 for each device, with $34.95 for the case. So that can actually allow 10 different users to log into an iPad. So a class like in 7th grade, we have Music Innovations. They use GarageBand. A cart is very good for that purpose. And then other kids can check it out over the course of the day. Because part of the pieces we are in developing the plan is to minimize the amount of time that they're just sitting in a cart. And that's a real delicate balance. And then replacing those 8th gens with 32 gigs, 636 devices, you can see the cost there, so you're looking at about $306,000. There is a decrease because Lane is expecting a decrease in enrollment next year down to 510, so we need 74 less devices in those numbers. And then those secondary supplemental materials, again, things that have proved to be MVPs in terms of the COVID world, but people are now used to that and they want to keep those pieces. Schoology, CAMI is $3 per user, so it doesn't matter if it's a teacher, it doesn't matter if it's a student. We would be at about 4,000 users. That number seems a little bit low, actually. No, it should be about 4,500. So about $13,500 a year. And again, obviously, if we're signing 3-year contracts, we're usually able to negotiate a little bit of a discount. Zoom for 500 users is about $7.50 per user per year. And then again, kind of that worst case scenario, like in the elementary projectors. We just don't want to be, we look at a number of these projectors and maybe due to decreased enrollment, a room hasn't been used all of our rooms haven't really been used in the last year. That saved a lot of lamp life on projectors. But if you've had a room that maybe was when Hale had 1,550 kids a couple years ago, maybe it's not used as a classroom every hour now. Obviously, that's saving on the lamp life. So we don't want to take a projector and just say, just because it's a 2016, rip it off the wall and throw it away. We want to look at those lamp hours on there and making sure that we're being, again, going back to our equity non-negotiables, going back to the strategic plan, that we're being fiscally responsible. So worst case scenario is about 243 projectors. And that's, again, based off of being able to have HDMI inputs, 3.5 those sound jacks so we can actually attach speakers to them. It's about 102,000. And then, like I said before, I was surprised at this number of, there's about 185 secondary classrooms that don't have speakers in them between the 5 secondary schools. Obviously, that's probably a pretty generous cost that we approximated for a set of speakers being $100. And then charging carts. We still have those old metal charging carts that are out there that we'd like to replace, and those are about $1,000 a piece. So when we look at our secondary budget, with that initial replacement of 496 Chromebooks, we're looking at about $628,000.
Questions?
Any questions on that?
Can you share this with us?
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
What would we do with the old carts?
Probably recycle them.
They would just be, we couldn't
Yeah.
sell them or?
There's probably almost, we can investigate that. That's, we always do look for, we look for opportunities to, you know, to recycle them or to sell them off if there's buyers. You know, there might be somebody who maybe somebody wants to hang on to them in a school. You know, we wouldn't just throw them out just because we're like, oh, we got new ones, let's throw it out. Just like in the Chromebooks, the secondary market for a 5-year-old Chromebook, you get like $4 or $5 for. It's basically nothing. Yeah.
Other questions?
Okay.
I have no, sorry.
Yeah.
Usually I go first, but now I go last, and so I apologize for that. It's not nice, I apologize. So with the changes that we're looking at, we don't want to use common school funds for these purchases. So what is the plan for the devices that we've used common school funds for that we're not replacing?
So a lot of those, it's a good question. A lot of those are the 3180s, those 3,101 devices, because those would have been ones that we purchased in 2017. So we actually had a conversation today about, you know, maybe opening up the conversation of if a student, and I'll talk about this a little bit more at the end. I sent out a survey to the tech plan group last week, talking about like what was our thoughts on sending devices home or keeping them in schools, as you know, opening up this conversation 4 years later. And it was at the secondary level, it was like 50-50. There was a big push, and I'm so proud of all of our staff members who went out and talked to others. There was a big push in, well, it's not equitable if we have all these online platforms, but yet a student doesn't go home with a device. And do we need to provide that device for a student? Deidre brought up today, if these devices, which in the past we typically just say, okay, we're replacing 496 devices, we're just gonna recycle them. What if those were the devices that students were able to sign up and take home? And if it breaks, they pay a fee, just like we would assess to anything else. That way we are still providing the opportunity for a device to go home if it is like, we absolutely have no device at home. Because we are asking, you know, one of our goals in the tech plan is 24/7 access for all of our students. So like, what would that look like?
So we'd use those, so it's okay to use it in that instance because it's checked out like overnight essentially?
Yes, it's like a library material. Yeah.
Okay.
And some of those, we're looking into the grant of, you know, with some different grants, they all have different stipulations. And like, is it labeled common school funds for 5 years? And then once it's the 5th year and 6th year, then it's wide open. Again, the idea of pushing some of those down to the elementary schools, having them available if Chromebooks break, you know, and that way you're not having like, oh, this cart in my math class has only had 28 Chromebooks in it, and I've got 30 students, and we're waiting for a keyboard or a screen or whatever, because as you can imagine, many of those pieces are hard to find right now. So being able to have those pieces on board as well, and even in some instances where we have, you know, 32 or 34 in a classroom and the cart's only got 30, those devices could be used to supplement in that instance as well. Also understanding that it's only 500 devices.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And those might, you know, if we're gonna say that 5%, you know, are broken or not coming back or whatever that looks like, you know, we'd be at like 450 devices, 475.
And then there's all kinds of other things that you can use the common school funds for that we've been using to purchase technology up until this point. So additional text for libraries, there's all kinds of online research platforms, there's all kinds of things that are eligible to be used in the common school funds if we no longer use as much of the common school funds dollars to supplement the tech plan as we have been for the last couple of years.
Okay. I'm just wondering because I know that a lot of times at the secondary level for Chromebook carts anyways, I would hear that, you know, they didn't have, like when we were doing Alex, they didn't have enough because one person had the cart and the other person had the cart. And that became a problem. And I know we put money in the budget when we adopted Alex for purchasing more Chromebook carts, right? Was that from common school funds?
We
Or that?
purchased quite a few out of just part of that adoption with the budget.
Uh-huh.
And then schools had been purchasing them also. So at the time we took inventory on all of them, got an inventory
So if we went to one-to-one, that goes away because each student's bringing their own device to each class.
Presuming that they bring it, yes.
And if they didn't bring it, then there would be a supply in that class for use?
Well, that's what we potentially could use some of these devices or the ones from Common School for, is to say, then you can go, if you don't, some of the Common School funded devices as well. If we held on to some of those or use some of the Common School funded money, then that is what you use it for. I've got my one-to-one device, I don't have it with me, it's broken, it's whatnot, I go to the library, I check out one then, that I'm gonna borrow until such time as I return the other one, or until such time as we figure it out.
Okay. So that brings me to my next question, because parents have a choice of signing the agreement that states that if this that gets damaged or broken, that they're responsible for it. And I remember hearing of some parents who didn't sign it and said, no, I'm just gonna not do that. So if we're going back to one-to-one, presumably so that people have access to this stuff at home because they're supposed to be taking it back and forth, but we have families who do not want to agree to the agreement, how is that managed?
Yeah, and so what it turned out to be in a lot of cases, and Beth and I have actually been working on this one quite a bit, is some of it is in the way the form was. So you say yes to everything in a bunch of the forms as you fill them out electronically. And the way that that form in particular was just, there was lots of families who said no, they didn't want the device, who didn't actually mean no, I didn't want a device. So once we called all of those families and said, hey, did you know this is what you checked on the form? About 90% of those families said, no, that's not what I meant, and we could correct that. We do still have some families who say, nope, I want no responsibility for this device, I don't want it in my house, I don't want to take it home, I don't want my child having one checked out to them in any way, shape, or form. And historically, when we were in person, then we make sure that there's a desktop available to that student in that classroom, or we create some kind of access for that student where they're not taking the personal responsibility for the device.
But then how do you guarantee that they have that same access at home?
Well, that is the challenge when the family doesn't want to accept the responsibility for the device, is that then it would be on them to try to provide access. And most of our families, like I said, who originally said, no, I'm not gonna take a device at home, most of them, once we called them and really explained what that meant, and that, you know, devices aren't easily breakable and those kinds of things, or especially for the iPads, they come with this case, it's making them far less breakable. Most of the families say, oh, okay, then I'm okay with it, and go ahead and sign the form and accept the responsibility. We had very, very few families who, the families that we had this year in particular who said, no, I don't want one, that was mostly because they had one at home that they were willing to use instead.
Okay. Do we have something in place if that's not the case? So this could be a large financial burden for a family, for instance, and they don't want to take that risk because they wouldn't be able to do it. But then they also don't have a device at home, and I just worry about the equity of that for someone who a family financially concerned about taking on that risk, and their child then missing out on the ability to do that stuff at home, because they don't have anything at home either. So do we have some way of being able to deal with a situation like that? Because I have to imagine there might be some of our families in our district who would fall into that category.
Yeah, there are occasionally families who do fall into that category, and they work with their student services team member where we try to figure something out. Lots of our families also use our public library, if that's their case as well, as that's open and has some access to computers for students. So we used to have quite a few more students using the public library for that purpose than we do now, that they've been taking devices back and forth at home. But we have, in very unique circumstances, we have worked out some sort of arrangement with the family to try to make it more accessible, or that student and the family work together so that the student can stay after school longer and do homework and work on some things at school, so that they have access to what they need, but yet, you know, the family doesn't feel the commitment to have to take the device home.
Okay. So we mentioned cases about iPads, but cases for Chromebooks were not mentioned. Are they not required? I don't remember.
We have not purchased cases for Chromebooks.
And they're cool, they've been not breaking?
Yeah.
Okay. So we mentioned the two different storage options for the iPads. At this juncture, what's the need for the larger storage? Is it just because apps are getting bigger, or what's the use of it?
Yeah, if you do a shared iPad, you have to have the bigger one.
I see.
So it allows you to have the 10 users on there.
So
Okay.
if it's an iPad that's for a shared class, or if it's an iPad for a particular class at the high schools, like there's a medical terminology class that the software comes for iPads. So part of iPads that that course has historically used it for, then you can have, if you have 3 sections of that course, you don't need 3 sets of iPads if the iPad is big enough to enable the sharing.
Okay.
Students come in, I log into it, I have it second hour, I log off of it, Adam can use the same iPad and log into it third hour, use it third hour, Jeff can use it fourth hour. Whereas if you don't have that much memory, then I have to have my own, Adam has to have his own, and Jeff has to have his own.
So are the 2 different options based on if we're gonna go one-to-one or not, is that what we're looking at? Or are there still some big ones we'd need for some classes, like you said,
We
medical
still
terminology?
use it for the secondary.
Yeah.
We use the bigger ones, so then, they can be checked out to multiple classrooms. So if I was, let's say I wanna check them out for my art classroom, they can sign it in art, and then if I'm using it in music, they can sign it in music. If I'm using it in anatomy, they can, so that those can be passed on to anybody throughout the whole building.
So just those are the specialty classes though,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because if we're one-to-one, then the regular classes wouldn't need that.
Yeah, in some cases, like some, where there's some content creation, maybe that the kids are doing an online book or something like that through Book Creator, the teacher might check out the iPads for an extended period of time at the high school, or at the secondary, that's Chromebook.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, a student could have a Chromebook checked out to them and then still need to use an iPad for particular things. So those we want to be shared devices. Because like Adam was saying, you don't want, I get a Chromebook and an iPad, right?
Mhm.
That's silly, so.
No, that makes sense. And then lastly, the lamp, like we talked a lot about these projectors. I mean, obviously lamps can be replaced as well. I know that the bulbs can be quite expensive depending on the, the actual projector, but, so have we looked at all, I don't know how much, do you know how much a lamp replacement would be?
Yes, actually, some of them you cannot replace.
Oh, really?
Because that's smart on the projector company, is they sell you a projector in which you cannot replace a lamp. And so.
Are these new projectors, those kinds?
No.
No, the new ones are,
And then some of them also, they have to, they're like, you have to take apart the whole housing. You
Uh-huh.
can't just do it by hand. But the newer ones, you can do by hand. The bulbs are about $110
Okay.
for each. But on the actual projector itself, like these, as I can see this one, like this has an audio out and it has a HDMI.
Mhm.
Some of our older projectors, they don't have anywhere to even plug in a speaker.
Sure.
So you can't even put in a speaker, so it's like that whole unit is.
no, I understand that completely. I just want to make sure for,
Yeah.
the cost benefit analysis between purchasing a $400 projector
Yeah, versus 100.
versus a $100 lamp, we could, get 4 more
That's
years
what
out of it or whatever.
Adam was saying it's gonna be an interesting job for the team is to actually check the hours. You can check the
Yep.
hours usage
Mhm.
on it, like Hannah Mower. So that is part of what the team's gonna do between now and the next couple of weeks, so that we aren't replacing something that doesn't need it, if
Right.
it's got wavelength in it.
Right. And you said the new ones, we can replace the bulbs in them.
Yes.
Okay, key. All right, I guess that's all the questions I have, so you can, if you can continue. Thank you so much.
Okay, so, really our total budget, kind of, again, we've got some different scenarios in there with, replacing all of the iPads, worst case scenarios with the projectors. You're about 1.6 to $2 million. That should get us, obviously a projector is gonna last longer than 4 years. Some of the projectors that we have now that are still going are 6 years old and going on 7 years. And then the plan is that, in typical fashion, we usually keep our iPad fleet for 4 years. So this would get us to whatever year that 2025, in which ESSER would still be available for us to update new fleets of iPads and Chromebooks. So we'd actually get like 2 cycles out of some of our ESSER funds, because it would be the first year of ESSER and the last year of ESSER. To maximize those funds is important. Obviously, too, in projecting forward, we wouldn't need new Apple TVs in 3 years. We wouldn't need projectors. You wouldn't need, your Cami and your Zoom and things like that would still be there. But some of the hardware, speakers, that stuff is not in that next plan. It's really kind of getting everybody to like the par level, and then moving forward from there. And again, too, with the purchase of those 3,111 Chromebooks at the end of next first year of a 3-year tech plan. Those should last us until the end of the next tech plan in 2027.
I'm just gonna clarify one quick thing. ESSER goes through September 24. So that last year, so 3 years would, so 21, 22 is next year, that's year 1. 22, 23 is year 2. 23, 24 is year 3. 24, 25 is year 4. And so we can purchase through September 30th, 2024 for ESSER. So that's the beginning of the 4th year, which we can get then that next round of iPads in and Chromebooks. And we won't need at that point the Apple TVs and projectors, but we can squeak in a next round of those other items in ESSER.
So some questions, like what are we going to do with all the old devices? So we talked about that a little bit. This idea of not just, like taking the 400 Chromebooks that we already have and just throwing them away, but pushing them, like what does that look like? Does it push into, some spaces where kids might need a device to take home? Do they go to the elementary schools? So some conversations around that. And then also, the iPads that we currently have, like they still do hold a significant value. It is, I've worked with Apple just personally in terms of their buyback, but they are, as you can imagine, there are school districts that are still scrambling for devices because they're not readily available. So buybacks are super high right now. They still hold a really good residual value for a 5th or 6th generation iPad. And so Apple has projected, now we're also looking into other companies, but Apple has a projected residual value, and this is if we were to sell back all of our devices. So this is obviously not, this is what they've quoted us at, and I've corrected them and said, well, no, we might be holding on to, 736 devices. But all of them being A grade, so perfectly in great shape, which we know we're not necessarily going to see, but anywhere from about $550,000 to $786,000. So an A grade, I think 6th generation iPad right now gets about $175, and then a B grade is 85% of that, C grade is 70%, D grade 50%, and F grade, which is basically a broken, shattered iPad, gets you about 5%. So even a broken, shattered iPad is, like $8.
Can we see the cost comparison? Because you had those two different options. One was keeping the 6th generation ones, and one was replacing everything. And then looking at how much we'd get for selling them all and see if that, by selling the 6th generations versus keeping them, if it makes up that cost difference. And I understand that this is highly dependent upon how many are in what grade, but ballparking it, that would give us, by the time we get to the point of actually talking about this for approval, I think that'd be helpful.
Okay. Yes, and then, and like I said, we are also looking at other parties. This was just Apple's quote that they had sent us, but we're looking at other groups and what that looks like. So, and then again, Chromebooks, offering them as whatever that looks like. We kind of had a small discussion on that. Projectors, we were just looking at recycling them. They probably don't have a lot of residual value. Again, although we investigate them if they do, because if you're getting 200 projectors and they give you $10 a piece, it's still $2,000. And then we also have a number of teacher devices from the refresh, MacBook Airs and Dells, that are currently being given to long-term substitutes and interns, but also maybe having some conversations around like what that could look like for support for classrooms in science, where we have, as you heard last week, they're looking for some equipment, but the computers that we run the equipment on don't actually work. So like pushing into some of those spaces in the labs, some things in media and visual arts and in music, as we've seen the MacBook Airs and MacBooks being used in a lot of those different places for things like GarageBand and Book Creator and things like that. But like, how can we get creative with those devices as well in this time? And then again, like our things that are still kind of lurking that we'd like to get some advice or discussion on or thoughts from the board is, Apple Care. That's an additional cost. And then things like hardware where we really need 3, but to have an electrician come in and wire all of that, versus getting like an extra long cable, what does that look like? And then devices going home or staying at school, that one-to-one conversation. And then we also are looking to add in a little bit into the budget as you can imagine this is a large undertaking, getting all of these devices back. Removing the asset tags off of them, that's AWAWM, getting them all cleaned up, taking them out of the cases. This is something that we are looking to kind of add a little bit of budget to and pay some people for, our own people hopefully, but of course, for a fee, companies will do that for you. They call it white glove service, and so they can do all of that as well and set up your new iPads. But we've talked about having some of our technology and our innovation coaches, like what does that look like in the summer in terms of putting on the asset tags, picking them up, installing all the new pieces, new projectors. We are going to look at getting some quotes on like what it would cost to mount the projectors. We still have a number of projectors that aren't mounted in a lot of our buildings. So what would that, what's the cost on that? As we used to do that in-house, but when you're talking 100 projectors over the course of the summer to get mounted, that's not necessarily doable. The other piece that we're kind of investigating is when you replace a projector, it has a different throw, so a different focal distance from your old projector. So like, playing around with, we're getting some samples of the newest standard, it's like the BC372. What happens if we take down an old one from 2015 and put up a new one? Is that going to be a bigger picture where now it doesn't fit on the board anymore? Is it going to be smaller? Can we adjust that? Because we don't want to be also moving mounts all over the place, because that's an additional cost.
So one of the things that we really wanted to get a sense from our board about is the idea of devices going home or staying at school. Elementary teachers were fans of them staying at school. We know if we are sending them home in a one-to-one fashion, that's a very different commitment than what we've had in the past. And it was through the tech plan last time that our board felt really strongly that that should not be supported, the devices going back and forth home to school. But we're in a much different place now than we were then. And so we just want to get some feel from the board as to whether or not we should pursue the conversation around whether all devices could be going home and coming back each day, or if we would like to keep the devices at school and then figure out a mechanism for checking out ones to the kids that don't have a device at home to use and therefore need to use one from school in order to make the technology accessible in the evenings.
What do you guys think? Kristen?
I think part of that is talking to the teachers, especially upper elementary, 4th and 5th grade teachers. At my school, we don't send them home at 4th grade. The 5th grade students do from that point on. I definitely think we need to speak to teachers and get a wide sense of how many 4th and 5th grade teachers would want it to go home, and perhaps as a district-wide, we say 3rd grade and under, it needs to stay here, and we'll work out the equity issue from there. But yeah, that's my point of view.
Amy?
I was just gonna say, as a parent of a 2nd grader, I'd prefer iPad not to come home. I think that with the younger grades, I kind of agree with Kristen. I think for the most part, I don't feel like the younger kids really bring much home anyway that would need to be addressed on an iPad, at least homework-wise. But I definitely think there might be a system for our 4th and 5th graders. I know they tend to do a little bit more with I want to say the project-based learning and some of the, at least in my experience, I feel like that one might be something that we might want to look at that for our older elementary school kids, but I don't really see it as a necessity unless it's like we said, individual families needing access to technology. But that's just my experience with my own children, so.
My only concern would be if we have a split classroom, that might be a 3-4 split, how does that work? If you only give 4th graders, but the 3rd graders in the same class, they don't get to take an iPad home, that's gonna be their situational thing.
Other comments about that? Brendan?
Do we know really how we're going to shift our instructional strategies now that we've gone through this COVID issue? Because dependent on what teachers are going to want to do with the technology, how they're going to change how they interact with that technology and have their students do it, do we really have a sense of what is the most appropriate thing at this time? Because do we really know where they're going with the technology that we're using?
We do know that the expanded use of a lot of the technology will still stay there, right? And some of what the creative ways that our teachers are getting our students to use pieces of the technology to create and produce and make things, that we have teachers saying, I'm never going back from that. I'm always gonna want, right, the students to be showing their learning in different ways, which is part of our strategic plan. So the pandemic sort of helped us move some of that work along in an odd way, but so those pieces, yes. Whether or not we can create a system where the student can check out their device to take home in an evening if they need it versus just the assumption that everybody takes it home every night of the week, that's kind of that adds some more burden to the school and to the teacher to say, yep, you're taking yours home, you're not. The next day, who took them home, who didn't? So that's where usually having an all or nothing rule makes it a little simpler in the whole grand scheme of things. But I would say the access to the technology for the learning pieces in the evening has increased, and it likely will continue to rise at that rate as we go forward.
Other thoughts? So from my perspective regarding the stay home or take them home, or have a checkout system for some of the younger kids, I definitely think that I would want to know what teachers in those situations would think is more burdenous. Either trying to make sure that they brought it back every day or keeping track of the kids who did take them home for whatever reason and then making sure those were back. I don't know. And so I'd be interested to know the answer to that question. I do agree from my own experience with my kids that when they're younger, there seem to be less. Now, obviously now my daughter who's in second grade does bring hers home every time. She does do stuff on them, but a lot of times she's just following what her older brother is doing anyways, who's in fifth grade. So if it was just a second grader, I don't know if that would translate as well. But again, this year is a hard year to compare to other things.
So I think that helps, because the direction that I think we're hearing, right, is like third grade and up. Sorry, Noah, were you done?
No, that's
behind
fine.
the pole, it's hard to.
Yeah, no, yeah. I can talk real loud, but not through pole. Yeah, so I think my understanding is let's speak with teachers and see what their feeling would be on this thing for younger kids or even for fourth and fifth graders. But yeah, maybe third and below would stay put, except in extenuating circumstances where it was required, and the upper grades would be a back and forth, if that's what the staff thinks that would be the best use of those devices.
Yep.
And I think that would extend all the way up to secondary, until seniors in high school, if for some reason, like, well, they don't ever use them for these things, or they do, whatever happens to be. I think that would be the best thing to look at it. And then we, as a district, I think we need to evaluate this breakage loss system, if we're gonna go that route, on a continuous basis. If we're like, oh geez, things are way worse here, and we're only in November or something like that. So I think that we need to have some sort of idea about that as we go, and keeping track of that, and then keep the board apprised of that, so we know, like, we budgeted this much money for breakage and loss, and this is how much, this is the % we've used at this point in the year as we go forward, in case we need to modify that plan.
Yep. There are also all kinds of devices you can now buy that we're not proposing to do at this time, that are more like, how stores have that, you can order it online, you go up to a locker, enter a number, and you can take out your purchases. They have those with like a fingerprint ID for kids checking in and out devices in and out of schools, that you can leave in a place to make them accessible for like after hours,
Okay.
like a, I don't know, computer ATM or something. but that kids have to have a security code and they have to have signed it out. And so there's ways to do that in ways that are really secure. If as we get further down the road, there's more of a need to make it less management on the staff's part and easier for families to get access as well.
Any other comments or questions? Brian?
Yeah, I just know with me, again, with personal experience, like my son who's in FLW, he's actually expressed concern because he can't bring his device home now. I guess they've changed that for his class, and he said, okay, well, what happens if I can't go to school? What happens if, if they have to be quarantined or whatever the case may be? He's like, I don't have access to my stuff, at least not as easily. I mean, we have devices at home, but it's a little bit more cumbersome when you're using the same device every day. So I think they've, especially at that older grades, they've developed kind of a routine and a habit over the past year. So it's going to be interesting, depending on how we move forward, how they're going to adapt to that.
Brendan?
I think another thing that we might want to think about too is whether or not we want them taking them home, not because of the educational component, but because we want to also teach them how to disconnect when they leave. Because that's one of the big things in the business world is people are not disconnecting from the job when they go home, and so then they're working all the time. And do we want to be endorsing that for our students and training them to do that in 3rd and 4th and 5th grade, or do we want to look at how can we develop their skills to actually step away from it and be like, all right, I don't need this right now. I can go do something else.
That was brought up when we surveyed the tech plan committee. Of someone had some concerns of like, I feel like maybe the kids just do need to unplug for a little bit. It's been a year of screen time and it's been a year of learning like this, and maybe that they do need to get a little bit of a break and a little bit of a rest.
And
So
I could,
I'm assuming we will also see some of that same sentiment when we send out something district-wide.
I could make the case the other way, you know, I keep thinking, you know, learning happens anytime, anywhere, 24/7. There are kids that are night owls that work really well at, you know, after dinner, and they you know, that's when they really want to get in there and research or use that technology. And, you know, I could make a case either way. I really could. But my gut is, kids need to have access to it. So,
Yeah, so
Stay tuned.
before we bring the tech plan forward for approval, we'll get some more information from a broader audience of teachers and consider maybe a stopping point where the youngest of grades probably don't need to take the device home every night, but perhaps that there's a system for the older grades to do so, whether that is checking them out for the students who actually need them for a reason at home, and that helps encourage that use it when you need it, but maybe not all the time, you know, don't just assume that you're gonna use it or be on it all the time in the evening, or whether we make that more broad scale depending on the feedback we get from staff.
I think that's reasonable.
Okay. And then Apple Care, do we want to pursue? That is again at a cost, but then it helps us quite a bit on the breakage.
Thoughts?
I need to know more about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
You know,
I think,
I mean, did you say you were gonna look into it more, Adam, and
You know,
and
at a
give us
cost
the
of, like,
stats?
You know, we're kind of looking at a cost of about $175,000, I think it was, to protect all the devices. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I can tell you we have not spent $175,000 on replacing broken screens, replacing charging cables, and
Mhm.
charging blocks.
That also covers our debt. We have it for the Macs though, Apple Care.
Yes.
Yeah, we do. For the adult Macs and for the Macs that are in the building, but we do have Apple Care. So right now, because those are far more expensive devices as well. So should something happen to the adult one, we are using Apple Care for those. Okay, so we'll get some more information on that.
is there warranty for the Chromebooks? Like what if a Chromebook breaks? What do we do for that? Do we have,
Can you hear us yet?
Okay, let's try that.
because that's like half of our devices, right?
Yeah, Bruce is here.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Bruce. Good. So Bruce,
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. There's just a little bit of a delay. Okay, so we will also get the answer to that question. We can get in touch with Bruce, because we might be here all night if we keep this up.
Yeah, I was
so-
just wondering, because we have Apple Care, but we have like equivalent amount of
yeah.
Chromebooks, so we must have something for those, I presume.
Okay, so that gives us direction to move forward.
One more thing we are also looking at too is, we're trying to get in contact with, some local school districts to look at, like, having kids be trained to like actually fix broken Chromebooks, like replace a screen, replace keys and things like that, where they could possibly earn credit. And obviously that'll save cost in like labor. And the kids are getting a great experience and being able to earn, we would get them trained either by Apple or Google or whatever the training that needs to be so they're certified. So we are also investigating that. So that might be something that might come forward, in the summer to kind of have like a couple interns at schools helping with that work as well.
I had one more question. It was regarding the funding for this, which I know we're planning on using ESSER funds for it. So with the rumblings at the state about the fact that we're getting ESSER funding and how that might be then resulting in reduced other funding, what happens if something like that occurs?
So ultimately then what we have to plan for is that in 25, 26, so this tech plan will last 4 years through the 24, 25 school year. And that is the September in which we would re-up on iPads and Chromebooks. So we are planning long-term in many ways right now in our budget, and this would be one of them, in which we'd have to make sure that in the 25, 26 school year, we have, like this, we're adding these costs back into our budget.
Okay, but what about for this coming school year? Because we would be using whatever is decided for this coming school year, right?
Yeah,
And what
so-
if they reduce the money that we're supposed to get from the state by the ESSER dollars that were, or some amount of those ESSER dollars? My concern is, you understand my concern? Which
Yeah.
we
So
would
if
lose.
the- right, if the state reduces the revenue to schools to match
Yes.
what we've been issued by ESSER, do we have the funds in the budget then to pay for the tech plan is really the question.
So we're still working on balancing our budget, I guess is what I would say for next year. And we're not quite there yet, and we have some options, so.
Will we know by the time we have to decide on this tech plan what the state budget is going to be?
No, that would be amazing, but I do not anticipate that would happen.
So that there's a,
In 2 weeks, probably not.
so there's a possibility. I just think it's important. This is not a small amount of money.
Right.
No, right.
There's a possibility that we could approve this, you could purchase it, and then we find out that the budget is slashed significantly, and now we have to make cuts elsewhere because we've already spent that money.
Yep. And that's gonna be, I think, a little bit of the reality with a few of the things that we have tied to our ESSER dollars, and that's what we do have to be really mindful of that, there's no question about that. But that's the other reason we haven't really spent more, we're trying to do the things that we know are needs. The tech plan is a need for us. Every so many years, regardless of whether we had ESSER or not, we would have been building this into our general budget because that's the need. We are being a little bit more generous in replacing some of the things that teachers really do need in their classrooms, knowing that we have the grant funds available to us right now. But yes, will that mean if that happens, no, will we have to make some super hard decisions going into next budget cycle? It might. Yep, and that's the reality of kind of how we need to be planning right now as well.
Okay. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we don't need these things
Yep.
any way, shape, or form.
Yep.
I just want to make
But
sure we're all on the
it's
same
whether or
page.
not, right, we were less conservative in what we were agreeing to do this time, knowing that some of it could be funded by
Sure.
the grant dollars that we've been issued, and so therefore, you're right, we have to be super mindful of that, and we made a choice then that we're gonna have to live with should something else happen with the budget.
Precisely. Any other questions or comments? Is this, I'm sorry, do you have more?
No,
No?
that's
Okay. Any other questions or comments for the tech plan? So when will we expect to see this coming forward to us?
So we'll get out the pieces that were were questions. I'll email out I'll send everybody the presentation as well. And we'll be back on June 7th.
June 7th.
For some action on this, and then obviously, you know, that, we'll wanna get those ordered probably June 8th, because there's still like a 4 to 6 week lead time, at least right now on some devices. So, you know, things are still very hard to get a hold of. So we're hoping to get them in, you know, mid to late July, and then get them all worked on and ready to go for the school year come, next September.
That's the other reason adding something to the budget to actually get the devices in an inventory is so important. Last time, it was Adam and Chris who ended up doing a lot of the tagging and driving them around town, but they are gonna also be busy teaching micro-credential courses all summer, so there's only so many of us to do some of that work, but that's the expediency of being able to get it all out and properly inventoried and put in the system and all of those things to be accountable for it. That is important, that we might need to add some help for that for this summer.
Okay.
So that just told me our next board meeting is June 14th.
So therefore,
14th.
we won't be back on June 7th.
Got it. All right.
Great.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Oh, okay. All right, let's take a quick 3-minute break for bathroom duties and whatnot. And then we'll move on to our second workshop for the evening, the one that's gonna be great for you guys to all hear about, so. All right, we will move on with our second workshop with Ms. Whitler and Mr. Thompson.
So once again, good evening, and we have a light topic that we're going to be talking about here for this next workshop. But speaking on behalf of myself, I'm truly excited to be at this point, to be able to have a conversation with the board tonight in regards to the work that our compensation committee has done over the past year and a half. The topic of compensation for the 3 years that I've been in human resources, the topic of compensation has been at the forefront, and it's been very important. And so, again, this is a really exciting time, I believe, that we can have an idea or a proposal coming forward. I want to thank the board, before we get started, for the opportunity and the time tonight, and also for your attention as we kind of work through this model. And the intent of this presentation is to cover very in-depth from the beginning and working to the point where we are right now. And so before we get started, thank you for your time and attention. So with that, I will get started. And so my slides, there's a lot of words to them, but you don't need to read. I'll paraphrase and summarize. But before we get started in getting into the nuts and bolts of this model, I first wanted to thank our committee. And I wanted to thank our committee for their commitment, for their collaboration, and their focus. As I previously mentioned, they have been working on this model, this proposal, over the course of the 1920 school year, and then again the 2021 school year. Throw on top of that, this is a huge topic of utmost importance. Throw on top of that, they've worked through a medical pandemic. They've had to change their own instructional practices because of changes in online and in-person learning. And then just kind of working through their own frustrations with the compensation model that's currently in place. And so I did want to recognize the work of all committee members and thank them for their participation and time. So just to give the board a little background of our committee, and I do want to thank Ann and Amy. They're in attendance with us right here. They are part of the committee. And so thank you for being here tonight. But just to give the board a little background, we had roughly between 20 and 25 total members for this committee. I have 19 members listed here, 19 members that consistently were part of the meetings that we held. And just to kind of talk about experience, through this committee and through the membership, I guess, of committee members, we had high school, intermediate, elementary school, all represented. We had perspective from student services, from special education, from instructional technology to our specialists, and even some of our at-risk settings. So I think it was a pretty good cross-section of all the curricular areas in our district. And in regards to years of experience, which is important, and you'll see why in a few slides from now, but in regards to years of experience, this committee, the experience in the teaching profession range from roughly 3 years to 30+ years, and the members of our committee had from a bachelor's degree to a master's degree. So that's just a little overview of the committee. So what we wanted to cover right now is just what is the compensation model kind of consisted of or looked like over the past 5 years. And so kind of looking at this view looking down, back in 2016, in March of 2016, there was a new compensation model that was implemented, and that was performance pay. And so that particular compensation model was in effect for the 16-17, 17-18, and 18-19 school years. And basically, the performance pay was based off of teachers' summative year, their 3rd year through working through educator effectiveness. And basically, depending on their evaluation, meaning the number of effectives or distinguished ratings that they received, determined, in reality, compensation that they might get at the end of the year. Also during this time with this idea of performance pay, our teachers were also getting CPI added as well. At the conclusion of the 18-19 school year, our district leadership at the time, along with the board, decided to end kind of this performance pay model. And the reasons for that being that it wasn't showing quite the academic growth that it was intended to, and also kind of creating this extra level of stress and competition, in a sense, in buildings. And so after the 18-19 school year, that model was ended. So that brings us to the 2 most recent years. And so over the next two school years, our teachers have basically been receiving CPI as an increase to their salary for the past 2 years. In the 19-20 school year, only our professional educator employee group received an end-of-the-year payment that was earmarked by the board. And then in the 2021 school year, this past school year, all employees received the end-of-the-year payment that was earmarked by the board. But for the past 2 years, that was the salary that our professional educators are receiving, mainly just through CPI. One of the components of human resources, I had the opportunity that when staff members left our district, I had the opportunity to conduct exit interviews. Not all employees took me up on that, but through the conversations that I had, and this came up time and time again in our board committee conversations, this idea of compensation is a driving theme of why people at the time, were looking at other options and why they were leaving our district. So when this committee started working a year and a half ago, they started to kind of hone in on criteria that they wanted this new compensation model to accomplish. And so it started out with 7 points, and those 7 points are listed for you. So the initial work of this committee was to come up with a compensation model that would be easy to explain, that would be predictable, transparent, it would encourage professional learning, a big one, attract and retain our teaching force. It would be competitive with teacher salaries in our area. And again, that has been a topic that has been brought up for multiple years. And then finally, the last point that was part of this initial criteria was just coming up with a model that would be sustainable over time. We don't want to come up with a model and in a year or two have to freeze things because the particular plan wasn't sustainable. So the process for phase 1, and this was under the leadership of Dr. Lexman. The compensation committee, when they first originated and gathered, they used a process of investigation and analysis to evaluate various compensation models that were out there that other local school districts were kind of using. And some examples that I put in there were the steps and lanes, performance pay, professional educator leadership pay. And at the time, in kind of working with the committee this year, the Waukesha School District kind of just seemed to be a district that people wanted to look more into and learn more about. And so the larger compensation committee broke into smaller groups, and in those smaller groups, each group researched a particular compensation model, and then they presented out to the larger group. And through that work, through that conversation, through that dialogue, our compensation committee was able to start prioritizing positives and negatives of the work that other districts were doing to help formulate a plan, or at least the start of a plan for what we can do in West Dallas, West Milwaukee. So after that first phase of research and presenting out and having conversations, we then move into phase 2, again, of the work that Dr. Lexman was doing with the committee. And so this first point was kind of a revision of the criteria that they were working towards. So if you recall, we started out with 7 points. Now the committee focused in on 4 points. Again, to move the pay closer to the average in our area, to attract and retain professional educators, this idea of transparency, and then sustainability. And so continued meeting, continued researching, having the conversations. I mentioned that Waukesha was a school district that there was particular interest in, and wow. What I tried to do is just kind of give a quick summary of kind of the highlights of the Waukesha school district. And so basically, Waukesha had a steps and lanes model. Their vertical movement was on a yearly basis based upon educator effectiveness. And what was interesting about the Waukesha model is that employees had to get a specific number of effective or distinguished ratings in order to move. In the Waukesha School District, they had their own teacher development program where new staff members coming into Waukesha, the Waukesha School District, had to earn 9 credits. And then in regards to credits, paying for those was at the cost of teachers themselves. And so that was kind of the idea that Waukesha had moving forward. So go back out of this. Okay, so that was Waukesha. And then the committee started looking at the Cudahy School District. And so again, I will enlarge this. So with the Cudahy model was working with the micro-credential system along with badges. The idea in Cudahy is that their model was meant to reward teacher leaders. And what was interesting is in Cudahy, they had a teacher committee that basically kind of oversaw the micro-credential system. So it was a committee that reviewed the applications, reviewed the finished products. And this was a 3-year commitment by those staff members that were part of that committee. And in regards to sustainability and paying out, Cudahy had worked it out that their micro-credentials had to be completed by January of the previous year. They are completed in January, and then they wouldn't receive that payment until the next school year. So that was kind of the time frame that Cudahy had established. They too had annual bumps for years of service. Again, a big component of their motto was educator effectiveness. And then what was interesting is when they implemented this particular model, they stopped with post-employment benefit packages for new hires. And so an interesting kind of decision that was made there. So that was the work of this committee through phases 1 and 2, and then COVID hit. And COVID put a big pause on this entire process. So that leads to February of 2021 and what I just kind of called the restart. So in February, the HR department took over the work of, or continued the work of this compensation committee that they began last school year. And so once again, we started meeting via Zoom. The original plan is that we started meeting twice a month, but as we worked through March, April, May, we started meeting weekly to make sure that we were able to get something together before the end of this year. Also, as we started kind of this reboot, through kind of the leadership and collaboration with Ms. Windler, now started looking at the Kettle Moraine School District and the Whitnall School District. And so again, Kettle Moraine, again, focused on micro-credentials. Their opportunities to earn micro-credentials were through district offerings, various online platforms, and then teacher-created ideas. The employees in Kettle Moraine do need to get everything pre-approved before they go through the process. Their range of value for a micro-credential ranged anywhere from $100 to $600, and that was dependent, my understanding, on the rigor and the student impact that the staff member took away from that. In Kettle Moraine, they also work with CPI, and again, the Kettle Moraine School District does not offer post-employment benefits to its new hires. And then I'll just go into the Whitnall School District was the last school district that we kind of worked with and met with to kind of learn about the steps that they were taking. So again, Whitnall, micro-credential system. Staff had to apply in January for the next school year. Staff participated in programs over the summer and the school year. This is the only opportunity for movement for employees in the Whitnall School District, so they didn't have an annual bump. Their values also range from $100 to $600. They too had a teacher verification committee made up of 10 teachers. They received a small stipend. It was a 2-year role instead of a 3-year. But they reviewed the applications and then they reviewed the completed micro-credential proposals. There's no movement for years of service, and again, retirement benefits were eliminated.
Jeff, questions now or at the end?
Anytime.
When you said you met with the districts, for example, Cudahy, Whitnall, who met with them? Did somebody from those districts come into the committee? Or was the committee able to ask them questions, or was it just administration?
It was just Jeff and I met with either their human resources director or their business manager to just get really in-depth in the model and learn like the ins and outs. So it wasn't the compensation committee, it was Jeff and I.
And were you talking to administrators from those districts or teachers that were on the committee?
Administrators, their HR director or their business manager.
Thank you.
So for this next portion, I want to play a 4.5-minute video. And so if you recall, we pick up the conversation in February. And we're looking at these other models and what these other models offer and kind of the struggles that they might have had. And so we're talking, and Dylan Brown, who is part of this committee, is a teacher at Lane Intermediate School. He just kind of like, at the end of a meeting, kind of summarized in his own words, kind of like what he was interpreting this plan to be. And so I put in the slide, that was like a huge aha moment for me, hearing him kind of talk about it. And so what we did is we had him do a video and kind of talk through what his thought process was. And so this is in March, shortly after the committee kind of refocused.
Hey, my name is Dylan Brown, and I wanted to put together a quick presentation to talk about an idea for a compensation model that I've just kind of been kicking around. I'm calling it credential-based steps and lanes. So our goal has been, at the compensation committee, to create a competitive compensation model that, first of all, rewards staff for experience and time that they've put in West Dallas. We also want to incentivize professional development, as well as things like master's degrees. We want to be able to accommodate unique salary situations like difficult to fill positions, and we want the whole thing to be as straightforward, direct, and easy to follow as possible. So that's where this credential-based steps and lanes come in. So it's a pretty simple system, and it's not unlike many other steps and lanes programs that you're probably familiar with. Steps, very straightforward. They're based purely on years of experience. The longer you've been in the district, the more money you'll make. Every year you stay, you see a steady increase in compensation. And we also wanted to be able to allow for longevity bumps, which we described as relatively significant increases in pay that would come at the number we've thrown out as 5-year increments to reward people for sticking around. So this is an example of a step system. In this system, we start at $42,000 as our starting pay. Every year, in this example, we move up by $500 until year 4. Between year 4 and year 5, you would see a $2,000 raise, something really significant to hopefully get people to stick around until at least year 5. Credential-based lanes reward staff for ongoing professional growth. So we award credentials, and as teachers obtain them, they progress to new lanes with more competitive annual raises. So again, in this situation, you see 5 hypothetical lanes here, starting on the left with someone who has received no credentials, someone who's brand new to the district, and then moving up as they obtain credentials, they see pay raises based on the number of years that they've been there and how many credentials they've obtained. Again, all these numbers completely made up. This probably still seems very standard, very straightforward. But where it gets interesting is that these credentials may be awarded at a variety of increments, contingent upon their contribution to the district. So things like PROAC training, PBL boot camp, or committee work that might be an hour here and there, or might be a weekend, they might allow 1 or 2 credentials, depending on the hours of work you put in. Whereas we can also use this credential system to account for things like master's degrees. So a master's degree might be worth 5 or 10 or some huge number of credentials that makes a significant impact and moves someone over in a lane. We can also use these credentials to accommodate new hires into hard-to-fill positions. So if we're having a school psychologist come in and we don't want to start them off at the same rate of pay that we're starting anyone else because it's a tough position to hire, we could say they're coming in at 10 credentials, and with that, now they start in a much more competitive pay scale. I like this model because I think it's flexible, it's competitive, and it's easy to follow. Additionally, the development of it is relatively simple. We start up in the upper right-hand corner here. We figure out what the most we would be able to compensate a very valuable, very experienced teacher would be. And then we also start in the bottom left here with the absolute starting pay. With those 2 numbers now, we can determine how many credentials it takes to move there and how we fill in the chart. Again, all these numbers are just made up. But those 2 starting points give us a lot of direction based on our budget, which helps to make this a really sustainable system. So to sum up, the credential-based steps in a lane system, steps are guaranteed and predictable annual increases in pay solely based on a teacher's year in the district. However, teachers can move into a more competitive pay schedule or lane by acquiring credentials. These credentials are awarded by the district and they can come in various increments to recognize teachers' ongoing commitment to the craft. This is obviously just sort of a sapling of an idea. It's not very fully formed, but I think that by using these credentials in sort of a point-based system, we can accommodate a variety of situations while also creating something direct and sustainable.
And so what Dylan did is he planted a seed, and it kind of led to conversations moving forward for our committee. So things started taking shape. So components of the compensation committee's new model that we started talking about was this idea of various categories. One of the categories were to continue CPI increases. Another category were small yearly increases. Another category, some type of micro-credentialing system. And then you heard Dylan mention in there this idea of longevity bumps. And as we talked about that as a committee, we were focusing on 5-year increments, so years 5, 10, 15, not really landing on a monetary value, but in his example, it was like a $2,000 bump once you reached that longevity point. And then another question that we addressed that came up in committee work was, how do we place our employees into a new model. And so that became a driving force of the work that I started to focus on and do. So this next portion of this presentation is going to be just displaying a lot of data and charts to the board, just so that you can see what we viewed and what we worked with as a compensation committee. So one of the first things that we talked about, and I believe that this was in a board update. So after getting all of our professional educator salaries and putting them into the appropriate year of experience, this is the chart or graph that we were able to pull from this. And what's important to show here is that of our professional educators, 72% have 10 or less years of experience of teaching in our district. Another area that we talked about that is going to have an impact on our district are the number of employees that have their master's degrees. So looking at this, starting in column B, you can see that's our first year teaching staff. So those hired this year, out of 64 new hires this year, 26 came to us with their master's degree, so 41%. So then you can see year 2, 3, 4. We have a lot of master's degree knowledge with our staff. So this right here was the starting point of all the work that we did. And so when we started working, every employee in the professional educator group, their salary was listed per their years of service in the West Allis, West Milwaukee School District. And what I wanted to highlight to the board are the discrepancies in some of the salaries in the same year range. So if you look at year 1, the maximum salary of a first-year teacher in our district is $70,000. In that same cell, $42,760. In year 2, the minimum, $43,803. The maximum, $67,000, roughly $800. In our year 3 cell, $78,220 compared to $43,803. And so there are massive discrepancies in the salaries that people are making based on how they were hired in previous years or what the process was or what the procedures were. And so that started some really good conversations with our committee and as a director's team. I mentioned this opportunity for our committee to really be part of the conversation, and their voices were important. You can see Dylan did that kind of summary of his thought process. Well, as we worked through the months of work, I put out one, my intent was to put out more, Google Forms for members of the compensation committee that maybe weren't as talkative during our sessions to be able to have the opportunity to weigh in on some of the conversations that we were having. So this was the first check-in that I did with the compensation committee, and this was hitting on the areas of the main categories that we had talked about. So of the 19 regular committee members, 10 filled out this survey. And so the first question that I asked is, do you agree with this idea of small yearly bumps? And what I try to communicate here is 80% said, yeah, they agree with it, 8 people. 2 people said maybe, but no one said no. Moving on to the second question. Do you support this idea of longevity bumps at years 5, 10, 15? Again, 9 out of 10, yeah. One person said, I still need to learn more, but again, no one responded, no, I don't support this. Do you agree that micro-credentials will be the means that employees can move along the salary structure and increase their salary? Again, 60%, 6 people, yes. 4 people, maybe. Again, no one came out saying, no, I disagree with this. And then the last question provided a little more opportunity on, so if we go down this path of micro-credentials, what do you feel would be appropriate in order to receive credit for completion? And so you can see 70% at the time felt that just completing the hours and credentials was enough to be rewarded or complete the micro-credential. And then the other ones were just one person's response, but the need to show how learning has impacted student learning in the classroom. It should be completing, I think it should just be completing the micro-credential, but it has to be pre-approved. And then completing the hours and the credentials and writing a short summary of the learning. And so again, the feedback, the contribution, the voice of the committee, and kind of developing the paths that we're starting to go down. Okay, so here is the first step of the work that we did, okay? So, again, and this was a common theme that we talked about with our committee, is we can do anything, but we can't do everything, okay? And so the first step that we took was to try and find a common entry point because of the discrepancies that we are seeing with the salaries of our years of experience. So again, if you can think back to that chart that had year 1, year 2, year 3, and then all the salaries listed down it, what we did is we labeled each position as to what it was. So if it was high school math, middle school science, psychologist, speech. We then labeled it as, does that person have a bachelor's degree or a master's degree? We then labeled it because they were put into these cells based on West Allis, West Milwaukee years of experience. But then what we learned is that we had employees coming to us that have many, many years of experience in other districts. And so we labeled once again, does this employee have 4 or less years of total experience, 5 to 10 years of total experience, or more than 11 years of total experience? Okay? We have always had kind of hard to fill positions. And so when we talk about hard to fill positions, we're talking about some of our special education positions, our content specific secondary positions, our CTE positions. And so another way that we kind of broke this information down is we labeled or identified if it was a hard to fill position or a normal to fill position. And then finally, as we were finding out the averages for each employee, we identified that if there was an outlier or a salary that was $5,000 more than the second highest salary in that path, then we would take that out as an outlier. But it had to be $5,000 or more. Otherwise, we kept it in to find the average for that cell path. So hopefully this will show you what all that meant. And this first example is starting year 5. So this is year 5. I'm in my 5th year of teaching in the West Allis, West Milwaukee School District, and I have a bachelor's degree, okay? So you can see right here, here are all of the salaries of our year 5 employees. Here are the positions that they hold. The yellow positions are identified as those harder to fill positions. Okay, so an EBD self-contained classroom, a physical therapist, okay? So that's why those are highlighted yellow. What I then did is I looked at the average years of experience between 5 and 10 years. So, for example, this person, this person, this person, I took their salaries and put them all right here. That's what H is, the normal to fill position salaries. And what I did is the highest salary was $50,895. The next highest was $50,062, so we didn't have that $5,000 kind of gap. And so there was no outlier removed to find the average salary for year 5 bachelor's degree with 5 to 10 years of experience. And so what you can see right here is that average came out to be $46,714. So then what we did, that's the average of that particular expertise. So then we looked at all the salaries that were below that average, and that's what this information is right here. The proposal of the compensation model is that any salary below the newly determined average would get that bump and be placed at that average to start the compensation model. So for example, all of these employees right here would get roughly a $1,300 bump, not a one-time payment, but I have my contract at the end of the 2021 school year, and holy cow, to start the 21-22 school year, it's $1,300 more because I was moved to the average of that cell. If I was higher than the average of that cell, then I just get placed where my current salary is. I don't make less. I'm already making more than the average, and so I just get placed at what my salary currently is. So that was also done for 11 plus experience. And so again, you can see here we have 13, we have 16, and we have 19 that are in kind of the normal to fill 11 plus years of experience. This time we did have an outlier because the highest salary was $61,200 compared to 46 and 47, so 61 was removed. Found the average of these two salaries to be $47,233. So then this individual will be bumped $367 to the average of year 5 in West Allis, bachelor's degree, but I have 11 plus total years of experience. And then for each year, it's communicated right here. What is the cost to the district to bring those employees up to the average of that particular year? And then this was done for every year from year 1 through year 30 plus for a bachelor's degree. And then it was also done the same method was done for master's degrees. So we have a path for bachelor's and we have a path for master's degrees. And I can explain more examples. We can look at more examples. I guess at this point, are there clarifying questions? So here is, again, year 5. Now I have a master's degree. So here again are the individuals that fell into that category. Here we have a cross-categorical position, which is at the high school level, which is deemed as a hard-to-fill position. That's why it's yellow. Another high school hard-to-fill position. A third hard-to-fill high school position. And then physics was identified as one of those content-specific secondary licenses that was hard to fill. So again, master's degree, looking at between 5 and 10 years of experience. So we have this person, we have this person, this person. Again, we find the average. There's no outlier because we have 49 to 47, it's only 2,000. The average comes out to be $49,200 if you're a year 5 with a master's. And so this person right here would get about a $1,600 bump going into next year if this model is moved forward. Same thing was done for employees that have 11 plus years of experience. Again, no outlier because we have 50,000 and we have 48,000. so the average 49,842. And then here's the bump that these individuals will get. And I want to draw your attention to this green box right here. What we did after finding the average for those year windows is we went back and we looked at the deemed hard to fill positions to see if they were above or below the average that we just found. And if they were below the average, they too got a bump to the average. So this particular person, although it was a hard to fill high school cross cap position, they get a bump of $79 to the average for a 5-year master's.
Do you want to pause for questions, Jeff?
Please,
or-
yeah.
So, that was a lot to unpack.
And this was revised probably 5 or 6 times. So at first it was just all year one people. Then through conversations it was, well, that's not fair to have masters and bachelor's degrees. And so then we had 2 paths. Well, then we looked at 4 or less years of experience and then 5 plus years of experience. Well, now we have people that are at 28 years of experience. So then we broke it down again to like another, to try and get like salaries to be compared to each other and to not inflate the averages for the rest of the employees.
Questions or comments at this point?
Will we have a comparison to what other districts are making?
Yeah, we can get that information, and that's a point that, so one of the criteria points was to get closer to the average of surrounding districts, and I'm gonna walk us through some information. When Caitlin and I met with a representative from Baird, they have a really cool tool that shows we can compare our district to any other district in the state of Wisconsin, and we can compare salary, we can compare benefits and then total package, and we're gonna go through that. But as we were talking, again, as a director team and the compensation team, when we're looking at other salaries, it's not comparing apples to apples, and it was kind of like a bump for us. Because, sure, we can look in Greenfield, the average salary is whatever number you wanna think, but their average years of experience is 15.6. Ours is 10. And so that's where it's not comparing apples to apples, but we can get that information.
Well, and we're just comparing straight salary, you're not including total benefit package.
Correct. And we will go through that model tonight yet that Jeff referenced, but it is really fascinating and kind of eye-opening to how big that benefit package plays into total compensation.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Brendan?
Am I reading that correctly, where for the average for a 5-year, the 5 to 10 is 49.2?
Yep.
So at 5 years, 49.2 is where I would be bumped.
Yep, 5 years with the masters.
So then, 5 more years of experience is only worth $500, 49.8? So that's all we're gonna.
That's just what the average is.
Right, but that's where we would bump whoever's there. So we're saying the average person with 5 or 6 more years of experience is only worth about $500 more to us. Is that?
Yes, you're understanding the math correctly. And we kind of charted out, Jeff charted out, where all these averages land. And they are not necessarily in a nice consistent slope, which we were hoping to see, but as we looked through this data, it made sense that we weren't seeing that, because as Jeff showed us initially, in that single year, experience, we were seeing such a various
just so that I can understand, so this is just to get everybody on an even playing field. So this is because of the way that it wasn't equitable. So this is just a one-time thing. Then, after you do this, then will there be more increments? So I guess what Brendan is saying, Brendan, do you see that? That then from there, as you move to another every 5, it might be more. But this is just the even, just the starting point to get everybody equitable.
But I don't see how averaging and inequity can make it all equitable. So, I mean, because that right there, if I'm coming to look at this, $100 per year of experience that I add on top of that does not seem equitable to me.
It's a snapshot in time. I mean, this is the data that we have based on when people were hired and what the market rate or whatever the external factors were at that point in time. What we're going to see is that changing. So yeah, there's some inequities, I guess, when you look internally, because based on the data there, we're not valuing people with more experience the way, I should be using the mic, the way that we should, or that we would have liked to. But this is going to fix that. I mean, it's a starting point, and we're still going to have concerns, and I think what we're going to talk about a little bit more as we go along is that this is something we're going to have to watch, that we're going to have to monitor, that we're going to have to make sure it's having the desired effect for us. But this is, again, just that snapshot of the data of where we are before we start that step and lane process to see where it takes us next.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think, though, that we need to be really clear on that, and we also need to maybe look at how we can be more flexible, because that would keep our average years of service down under 10 years. So, and that's not what we want.
I know, I agree. It's one of my concerns as well.
I think we should, I know a lot more to this, so let's keep on going. I think some questions may get answered as
Yep.
you go along.
So the next slide that we have up here is this Baird model that was just quickly referenced. And so what this right here is, and I don't know how to enlarge this, but this is between the Greenfield School District and the West Allis, West Milwaukee School District, okay? So you can see on the bottom, years of experience, and then on the left is salary in $20,000 increments, okay? So what we're looking at right here is 2021 data, and we're looking at salaries. And this line right here is the average as you go with years of experience and then the increase in salary. So comparing, and the only feature that you can do here is it makes the West Allis triangles darker. And so you can see here's the starting point when we're comparing an employee in Greenfield and an employee in West Allis, just salaries. This is what it looks like compared to the average. Then what you can do is I can say, okay, now I'm gonna look at some of the benefits. And you can see that there's now a change where we have a lot of our employees going above that average. We still have below. And then finally, when you look at the entire total compensation, it's not out of whack. And so when we go back to comparing other districts, when you look at the whole package, we're not that far off. I can do other. Is there a particular school district that someone wants to see?
Jeff, do you have TOSAs?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's comparable as TOSA's people our size?
I do have TOSA. Hopefully this is gonna allow me to. So what's supposed to be happening right now is that you're supposed to get a drop-down menu of all the districts. Okay, so that's working. That's not working. Well, what I can do is, oh, there we go. So what I can do is I can, while Caitlin or Deidre are talking, I can kind of play around with this and hopefully be able to bring up other models. Okay, so the Baird model, and then an important point here that if your current salary is higher than the average, then you just get placed. So this is a visual. If I'm hearing this for the first time, okay, I as the professional educator can kind of walk through this path to find out how I got placed where I did. So we start out again with the local years of experience, and then I answer the question, do I have a bachelor's degree? Or do I have a master's degree? If I have a master's degree, then I go to the master's degree side. Now do I ask myself, is my position deemed hard to fill or normal to fill? Then I go down that path. Then, do I have 4 or less years of experience, 5 to 10, or 11 plus years of experience? Okay, now I go down that path, bam, that's how I was placed on this new model. So this is just a visual, hopefully, where people can walk through their own situation to figure out how they were placed on this first step. Okay, so now this is getting into the other components of this proposal. So the first step was to find the average. Now, we have categories. We have CPI, which is what we have now. And as a committee, we talked about that this has to be approved by the board on an annual basis. And so our committee understands that. CPI would be an increase to base, or this would be an increase to base wage, not total salary. And so in Caitlin's department of figuring this out, it goes on to the base wage, not the total the salary. Okay? We then have another category of this annual increase. Okay? If approved, this would be a small yearly increase for returning year after year. This increase would be an increase to an employee's, a teacher's total salary. Then we have micro-credentials. Again, this was developed by the Professional Development Committee. This would be a supplemental increase to total salary. So we have CPI, which is a base. Then we have annual and micro-credentials, which would be growing year after year. It gets added to their yearly salary year after year. Okay? Now this model, once you get placed, provides employee flexibility, it provides individuality and transparency, because it's kind of like you have your own ladder. It's going to be a nightmare on our end of tracking, because Ann Gerentzer is going to have her own path. Amy Groff is going to have her own path. And so I determine what my path is going to look like. Am I going to take micro-credentials, or am I not going to take micro-credentials? And so really the placement piece gets you on your ladder. You determine what your ladder is going to progress like.
So just a quick, can I ask a quick question? So on that model, so every teacher would then get that, was it the CPI, if we did an increase? But then would that annual increase, would that then be, it says returning professionals, is that gonna be based off of, is that just be like, cause they're coming back, or are we gonna have some type of like they had a good, you know, if we have someone that's coming back that maybe they're on a,
And we're gonna get to that
okay,
point.
okay.
So to answer your question, Now remember, this is only for our professional educator employee group. Okay, so we're not talking about educational assistants or other employee groups. This is just professional educators. The annual increase would be just for simply returning the next year. Okay? We do have a component of, I think, what the question that you were asking, that we'll get to in a couple slides.
Okay, all right. Okay, so micro-credentials is where myself and our leadership and learning team kind of came in along with working with our professional development committee. And the compensation committee had suggested that we pursue the avenue of micro-credentials. It's pretty common in our area to have some kind of micro-credentialing system. The things that we were asked to do as we looked at what a micro-credentialing system could look like were to make sure that it wasn't tied to the educator effectiveness system, so that it wasn't based on performance in the classroom, that it was based on things that were accessible to our teachers that wouldn't cost them additional dollars. So like in some of the districts that do a micro-credentialing system, the teacher has to pay to take the courses, and then they get the credit in the micro-credentialing system. So we wanted to be sure that none of the options that we have proposed in the catalog were at a cost to the teachers. But for many of you, if you're not familiar, what is a micro-credential? And it is an opportunity to take a professional development-like course that is personalized to you, where you get to create your own journey, you get to choose the things that are interesting to you based on career goals, gaps in your skills, and the specific needs of your learners. It can be flexible, so you can sign up to courses that align to your schedule. It's performance-based, so it's not usually sit and get. You don't just go to a class and sit there and listen. They're awarded based on demonstrated mastery of a subject matter and a reflection of a shift in your practice. And then there's opportunities to demonstrate our goals of our strategic plan, right? Which is the shift of practice towards equity through deeper learning for all learners. So the goal being that if this is tied to our overall package, that it would be things that are aligned to the goals of our strategic plan, right? One of which is to retain employees, but one of which is also to move instructional practice to where we'd like it to be, so that we're closing opportunity gaps for all students and really accelerating some of the learning, all of the learning for everyone. So micro-credentials, what they're not, based on the national definitions, is what we do for district professional development. So that's on a micro-credential when somebody comes to a required professional development activity. It's not additional activities that receive additional pay. In PROACT training, which you've heard a couple of times, came up by the Professional Development Committee as well. And it's not record keeping of like safe schools or mandated training that we're just required to do as part of our contractual obligation. So those are what micro-credentials are not. So we started with what does it mean in West Allis, West Milwaukee to have then a micro-credential? And so the first one is, what is micro-credential? Same things I just talked about. The next one is, how would you go about choosing a micro-credential? And this is something that's been reviewed with the compensation committee, as well as we work with a team of teachers, one teacher from each school, on a professional development committee. Because again, one of the goals of our strategic plan has been to expand the amount of opportunities that teachers have to give input into the things that affect their job every day. So all of last year, well, 2 years ago, and then this year, we didn't meet with them as much. We met with a team of teachers to say, what do we think is the most effective district-wide professional development? And then they would go back to their schools and get feedback from their colleagues and come back to our next meeting and say, well, I told a bunch of people there was going to be some planning time, and they were mad that we didn't plan more. And then I told a bunch of people we were planning something, and they were mad that there wasn't more planning time. So I said, yep, that tends to be, right? Like you can do anything, but you can't do everything. So we worked with this team of teachers all of last year. So we brought them back together to look at what some of the offerings were for the district-wide professional development tied to micro-credentials, to be sure that it was aligned to the things that are actually, the teachers are telling us, yes, that was good professional development. It helped me move my practice. I didn't put anything in there that the committee didn't say was really good. And then the committee gave us a bunch of things to investigate, some of which there was no way to get set and ready to go for this summer, some of which we were able to add to the plan. So that's how these would be chosen each year, is that there will be proposals from staff that take something that they say, hey, this really helped move my practice, and then they would fill out this form to say, on my own, I want to say this isn't offered in the catalog, but here is how I would like to, I did take this interesting professional development that I did through the association, that I did through NEA, that I did through something else, and I'd like it to count for my personal pathway. And those are in here, and those will be considered by our director team, so there's a form for that for consideration. A lot of tabs open here, Jeff. And then there is, so those are the forms that are in there. And then we are gonna offer this catalog of courses this summer and into the next school year. So this same website explains all of the kind of things that I just talked about. And then it goes into the courses that are being offered, which are right here. So these were the courses that when we met with the professional development committee, they had said, I asked the question, tell me the professional development you've taken in our district, so again, that it's not a cost to the educator, that has moved your practice the most. And they generated a list, and this, then we compared it to the list of things that we would have offered in the summer again for professional development, whether we had micro-credentials or not, and they were really similar lists. So we thought, good, we're kind of on the same page with what some of the teachers are asking us for. That committee then went back and spoke to their colleagues. They came back the next time with a couple of other suggestions. We did that a third time. We refined some of the selections. They went back a third time, asked for input from their colleagues, and brought that back. I'm still getting emails now from people on the PD committee who said, hey, some of our teachers just came across this thing. Could I take that? I got 2 emails today from teachers saying, hey, this is a real passion area for me. I take this course every summer because I'm just interested in it. Would I be able to apply that for micro-credentials, right? So some of those will continue to develop and evolve. Jane, did you have a question on that?
So what if I'm a teacher that would like to lead a micro-credential? Would I get micro-credentials for that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So this summer, these are all going to be taught by the people who have taught them in the past, or mostly from our leadership and learning team. So it's an opportunity for us to run a little mini university all summer long. Once a teacher masters the micro-credentialing, then there's got to be either new courses that we develop each year to continue to expand our work, or once they've taken enough things on project-based learning that they would be considered to be eligible for an instructor, then we'll consider them for an instructor and pay them a supplement to do that. But we don't know exactly what that's going to look like just yet, because I'm sure everyone would want to do that, right, and not continue developing their practice and taking micro-credentials. So that's a balancing piece that we have to figure out just yet.
So, but if you paid them, then that wouldn't be, because then it wouldn't qualify.
Correct, because then you can't count it for a micro-credential
Right.
if you already get paid for it in another way.
Okay.
Yep, all right. So for this summer, it is all people who either already receive a supplement to be a lead in this area. It is, Adam is gonna lead all the project-based learning boot camps. So this is an example of what one of the courses looks like. This is project-based learning boot camp. We're offering it 4 different sessions this summer. The professional development committee asked us asked that they be grade level specific this summer. Usually we offer them much more broadly, but they asked that they be grade level specific this summer. So there's a 4K through 4th grade session, a 5th through 8th grade session, a 9th through 12th grade session, and then we left one that was for 4th through 12th grade altogether, because what if you just couldn't make the other one? People have plans and they're doing things in the summer. This course includes 14 hours of in-person class time, so you actually go somewhere and you do project-based learning. There's about 6 hours of asynchronous class time, and then there's some self-directed work that goes in it. So if I looked at this and I said, oh, this is really interesting to me, I'd really like to sign up for it, I click on this button and it takes me to a sign-up. For each one of, sorry, again, a lot of tabs here. For each one of the courses that are in here, all of that information is in here. So it tells you exactly how many micro-credentials it's worth. It tells you exactly what the requirements are for the course. 2 of the courses that are in here are self-paced courses, one of which we offered this year during the school year, and one of which is new to us. Because we also know that we have a lot of employees who have young families, they have kids at home, they have other jobs that they already do in the summer, like work Summerfest or all those things, which won't be in the summer this year. But that historically, they've always had a job that they do in the summer. They do whatever. So we wanted there to be a couple of options that didn't actually require you to come in person or for some synchronous time, so that we could honor the fact that we do have some employees who just aren't available during the day. And then during the school year, we'll also offer a couple of the courses, so that again, if you were somebody who the summer just isn't a good time for you, then we'll offer some of the courses during the school year as well, so that you'd have ample opportunity. There's opportunity in this catalog for every one of our professional educators to take 3 micro-credentials between now and the first time that they're eligible to do that, because you can take up to 3 each year. So there's enough spaces in all of these for about 1,500 micro-credentials altogether. So deeper learning course is the one that's worth 3. It has the most hour requirements. It's going to be offered multiple times. So if those all filled up, if project-based learning camp, boot camp all filled up, if co-planning to co-serve, if every one of these filled up, every professional educator, everyone in that contract band would be able to take 3 in the course of this next year. We didn't want there to be a limit on, like, oh, I would have taken my 3, except they didn't have enough spaces for me to take a course. So we just wanted to be sure there was enough. Jeff, do you have a question on that?
Yes, does it cost district personnel to get the microcredits?
No. No,
And
just,
then what is the payback? I take a microcredit, what's it worth to me?
I'll get to that one in just 1 second.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
a whole sheet on that one in the manual as well. Kristen, do you have a question on that?
Yeah, and is there opportunity also though for micro-credentials outside the district?
Yep, that would go in this course. So before you took something,
Oh, gotcha, okay.
you would submit this, and at our directors' meetings, we would say, yep, that aligns to the work of our strategic plan. So we
Thank you.
categorize the work of our strategic plan into kind of 4 buckets, so that there is that opportunity if I said, well, I've already taken a bunch of those, or hey, I'm really interested in I work on this in the summer, it's really expanding my practice for this reason. And then if we had 4 or 5 professional educators who said to us, we all took this one course together at WEI or whatever, and it was amazing, and it was perfect, it was exactly what we needed, then that's when the PD committee would then consider adding to the catalog for the following year so everyone could take it.
Sounds good.
It's how we'll learn more about what people are choosing to take on their own time as well.
And that's at the employees,
Yeah, if they've chosen to do it and it's not in the catalog, then they pay for it themselves if there's a fee
Gotcha.
for those. But we're offering enough that you could do micro-credentialing without it costing you anything.
Okay.
Yep. And as just a reminder, we've been offering these very similar summer professional development courses for the last 2 summers, so this will be our 3rd summer in doing it. And we filled the classes most summers. So we've already had, 200 or some odd, about 250 staff members who have taken one of these courses in the summer, most of which weren't paid. Some were paid an hourly rate, and most of them weren't. So we have some people who have already done some of this work. So I will jump ahead to that one. The requirements for completing the micro-credential, oh, sorry.
Real quick question, because you said
Sorry,
that
behind
many
the
of these.
pole again.
Yeah, you said many of these classes were filled in the past.
Yep.
So that raises a slight concern for me. What happens if you have more demand than spots available?
Then I just have to add more courses, which is why we also
Okay.
can't be in charge of iPad deployment
Good.
this summer. Yep.
No, perfect. That's what I wanted to hear.
We might be adding more courses. There is enough space in there now. There is not enough space for everybody to all choose the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? So obviously there's a limit, I can only offer so many things,
Mhm.
and there's only so much time in a day, because we also have to do our day
course.
jobs as well as teach all these courses. So we're trying to find the right balance for that, but if we had an overwhelming response for something, we would figure out how to add a section.
Okay.
And then this summer, all of our deeper learning coaches are paired with one of our leadership and learning team instructors as well, so that we can continue to grow the number of people who can offer the courses to solve that problem as well. So
Awesome.
both of those things are happening right now.
Great.
Yeah. And Noah, you might have to just shout my way if somebody behind the pole has a question.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so then what's the requirement to complete the micro-credentialing? It's to complete the coursework, to show up. And then there's a follow-up session. So if it's a project tuning where you get together with a group of teachers and you say, okay, I'm trying out my first project, hear me out, give me feedback. Or if it's a session where you get together and say, hey, what parts of that really are working for you or not. Intended to be half an hour, 45 minutes, one time follow-up session. And then the educator writes a reflection. And this part of the work we felt was really important because the professional or the compensation committee asked that it not be tied to your evaluation, right? And so but there had to be something that says it's actually creating a shift of practice that helps us meet the goals of our strategic plan. The reflection is going to be reviewed by a panel of people that's just made up by a committee that does that work as well. They'll look at it twice a year, and it's really, is your reflection complete? So I can jump into, there's a self-reflection document. And did you answer these questions? How has your instructional practice shifted based on the course you took? How have your learners become better collaborators, communicators, problem solvers, more self-directed? Based on your shift of practice, what evidence do you see that you're creating more equitable opportunities for all learners? And how will you continue this professional practice in future years? So the committee does not say, oh, Caitlin, your reflection was an A+, and Deidre, yours was a C, right? That's not what they say. They say, check, did we answer those questions, yes or no? If you answered them in your way, and your style, and your format, what works for you, then yes, you get that done, micro-credential complete. If you don't, if the committee says, boy, I really just didn't get an answer to question number 3, you just get it back with the opportunity to resubmit it if you want to apply it for the micro-credentials. And that reflective process was really important because, again, then it's not tied to, it's not an evaluation. I'm not your evaluator if I'm on this panel that reviews these. I'm really just saying, was that complete or was it not complete to finish out the cycle? Okay, and then the compensation that goes with those. So first and foremost, like I shared, we've had a group of teachers who have already been voluntarily doing some of these courses over the last couple of years. So in this first year, we wanted to honor that work and say, we don't want them to redo all those courses because that doesn't really make a ton of sense, right? So these are the courses that we've been offering for multiple years on the right-hand side here, co-planning to co-serve. This one I can actually make bigger so people can read it. Co-planning to co-serve, the deeper learning course, project-based learning bootcamp, the second step class, and the mindfulness class, the most recent ones, not the ones that were done as part of district-wide PD. So for professional educators who have taken those, summer of 2018, summer of 2019, summer of 2020, they will get to the opportunity to do a follow-up session and write their reflection. The team will meet to review those reflections in January. And then in January, the professional educator will be compensated for those retroactive micro-credentials, assuming that they did the follow-up session and did the reflection, okay? So, and we kept attendance on all of these, and I've looked at all of them, and we know who got paid for which ones and who didn't, so we have all of that information to make sure we don't miss anybody. So that's the first step, that those people would be paid. 1 micro-credential is worth $100, 2 is worth $200, and 3 is worth $300. What's really important to note about those dollars is that those compound to your salary, right? So what's worth $100 this year is worth exponentially more than that 5 years from now and 10 years from now, right? So if I did the micro-credentials each year and added that in, it compounds into my overall package. And Caitlin will talk a little bit more about that when she gets to the dollars portion of it. But that's a really important piece of that. It's not, I'm going to get a check for $300. That's the frustrating part that people had with our performance compensation system, is that many of those people, like you were saying, Brendan, in that 8 to 10 year band, they had received performance compensation checks for many years that aren't reflected in that salary amount, right? But they were also one-time checks that get taxed at a different rate, and then it doesn't feel like you're contributing to my overall salary because it wasn't being compounded into that amount. So these are. Yes, Jeff?
What are the hours involved in a 1 and a 2 and a 3?
So we reduced the number of hours involved as we started to see the dollars come in, right? So originally we were told it could potentially be this much money, and then the more you run the numbers, you can do anything, but you can't do everything. So up to, the one micro-credential is up to 20 hours, and that includes the time we think it'll take you to take the course, participate in the after session, do some planning, and write the reflection. That's all of it. The second two micro-credentials is some up to 39 hours, and then anything over 40 hours is the 3 micro-credentials. So on it, if you were calculating it on an hourly rate, you might say, boy, that doesn't seem like a ton of money.
That's exactly what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
I figured. But that's where the compounding piece of
Yeah,
it is
it's added to your
so
salary,
important.
it's not a one-time.
And it's
deal.
going in your WRS, and it's doing all of those pieces, like when you heard about many of the compensation models that then stop paying anything to your post-retirement benefits. This, you get twice, really, because it compounds, and it's also in that benefit that we offer in West Allis, West Milwaukee, that again, many of these districts that went to models like this dropped. Okay, so then an example of how that would work. So let's say I never took any retroactive. I didn't do this before. I wasn't interested when it wasn't tied to compensation. I didn't have time, whatever my reason was. So if I'm signing up right now, and this sign up actually goes out tomorrow morning, because we have some competing things going on. I have to get the dates out to teachers before the model is actually approved, or the poor teachers are gonna get this model and be like, well, now it's too late for me to sign up for the 5 classes I wanted. So in fairness to our staff that has been locked in their homes for a year and has worked tremendously hard and had the hardest year ever, we're not springing it on them and then saying, well, now you're really only eligible for a few because we got you at the date so late. So to honor our educators, we have to get the dates out there. And plus, if I have to add sections, if I have to do all these other pieces with the people I have currently to be able to teach the courses, I need more time than a few days' notice. Like, we needed a lot of time to put all of this together so far. So right now, the sign-up will go out tomorrow. Again, like I said, this is summer professional development we would have offered. If the board chooses not to approve the micro-credentialing plan, it's still summer PD that we would have offered. And so, but sign-up's gonna go out. So the professional educator registers for summer course worth either 1, they might take 3 1-credit courses, they might take 1 in the summer that's worth 1 micro-credential, and take 1 in the fall and 1 in the spring, because that works best for their schedule. They could take 1 that's worth 2 in this first summer, or 1 that's worth 3. It's 3 total for that year. That are the max. You could take more courses, but you can't use them towards your micro-credentialing. And then the professional educator completes the in-person, synchronous, and asynchronous hours. They complete 1 follow-up session and submit their reflection. The team will meet twice a year. So in January, we'll meet to do a bunch. Because we're gonna have some staff who wanna do their courses this summer, who don't wanna wait until May to write their reflection. They just kinda want the cycle finished. And then they wanna know, yes, what you did was good. Nobody wants to wait until May for something they did in August to find out, yes, it was approved or no, it wasn't. So we'll meet as a group. That is a different group than any of these other committees. This committee will be made up by a group of people who meet together for 2 years to do these, so we can be consistently reviewing the reflections. And then we'll elect a new committee that reviews the reflection pieces. So that team meets in January and then again in May. They will review it, either send it back to the person for revisions, or let them know that the micro-credential is complete. And then in September of 2022, the educator would get that dollar amount added to their supplemental increase to their total salary for the following school year, right? So if I'm taking micro-credential courses this coming up summer, and I finish the cycle, I'll see that money into my salary by next September, okay? And then if I was new, so let's say I get hired at the end of the summer, I'm still gonna have the option to take micro-credentials during the year so that I could still get on that cycle and be eligible for that, and then it just keeps repeating. And again, we'll have to continue adding courses, because at one point, every single one of our professional educators would have taken our deeper learning course, which will be amazing for our students, and amazing for our teachers, and amazing for, for everyone involved. That's a good problem to have, that we're gonna have to think of something. It'll never be something that's not tied to our strategic plan that takes our work 1 step farther. But it'll be courses that we'll have to co-design with teachers once they start mastering some of these courses, so that we can make sure we're always helping them to grow and learn in ways that are meaningful to them, not just random things that we pick up to hit the numbers that are assigned to the micro-credential system. So that same person would follow that same cycle. So we wanted to put some concrete examples in here so that they, again, it was evident and it's clear what could and couldn't happen. And then that will all go as part of a manual. Oh, I saw you that time, Brian. That will all go as part of this manual. Each one of these is a link so that it has very clear explanations. It links right to where you sign up for courses. It's all kind of put together in one place. It says whether something's eligible for a retroactive credit or whether it's not. In the letter that goes out to staff about signing up for these, I'm also going to host a couple of Zoom sessions over the course of the next week. Just open sessions at times when I know teachers are available, just to answer questions, because this is new to all of us. And although I've spent more hours in these documents than I care to count, it's new to other people. And so we want to make sure that we're able to answer the questions that people have about courses and, hey, it doesn't work for me to take one in the summer. Do you know for sure when they'll be offered in the fall? No, I don't yet. Right? Some of that depends on the people teaching the course, and some of that depends on when it's good for our professional educators to do that. We don't mind doing Saturdays or Sundays or whatever in our department. That doesn't, we'll adjust ourselves to be able to do that if that's going to work for teachers. And then a big one that came up is PROACT training. It's not in the catalog. PROACT training, for those of you who don't know, is our de-escalation and then our seclusion and restraint training. And right now, educators can go and get like a hourly rate to attend that. It's 2 Saturdays for 6 to 8 hours each Saturday to do that. Based on our certification to be able to offer that, you can only have so many seats in each course. So anything where I can't offer it to everyone at the same time didn't go in the catalog, because if 200 people signed up for that, I'd have to say no to 80 of them, or say no to 120 of them, right? So we didn't put that in the catalog, but the PD committee suggested that we make it optional whether people want to use that as a micro-credential or get paid for it going forward. That one we still have to decide once we see the schedule for PROACT training for next year, because that one you've heard a bunch of times kind of come up as a request of the compensation committee and the PD committee to consider. Okay, Brian.
Okay, I apologize if I missed this, but is there a limit to how many classes a teacher could take over the summer?
It's 3 per year that you can use for advancement to your total salary. So you could take as many courses, you can take more than that if you want to, but it's 3 per year, and you can't stockpile them. I can't take, I've got an easy summer this summer, right? I'm gonna take 9 and then use them. They have to be timely. You have to take them within those.
And by 3, you mean micro-credentials, not classes?
Correct, 3 micro-credentials. So some courses are worth 1, and you might take 3, some are worth 2, you might take a 2 and a 1, some are worth 3, so that you could just take 1 course and be done with it.
So even best case scenario, it's gonna take a teacher 2 years to really be able to move over that lane, so to
No,
speak,
it
right?
should just be 1 year. Because again, the courses are designed, you could take, if you take one 3-credit
yes.
course.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking, yep.
Yep, right, and you finish it throughout the school year, then you're really, like they were talking about, you're designing your own path, if that works for you. But that course is obviously gonna have more hours than taking 3
Gotcha.
1 credits. But we're trying to work it out, so that if I was somebody who wanted to take 3 1 credits, because that's what works for my schedule, that you're gonna have availability to take a 1 credit in the summer, 1 in the fall, and 1 in the spring. We're trying to design it so everybody can do the 3 in a way that we can manage, and yet makes it reasonable for staff to access. Because if it's not accessible, then it's not really a very good system.
Yeah, I had the 5, 10, 15 in my
Yep.
head for the years of service, so that's why I
Yep.
was thinking that for a second.
Okay, any other questions for me on micro-credentials? Mine is a lot easier to explain than Jeff and Caitlin's, so.
All right, let's move into phase 3.
All right.
How many phases?
We're about halfway done.
Oriana comes really early. I'm gonna have to leave.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't close my picture tabs. I just closed mine. That's it.
All right, so moving into the finance piece and the sustainability piece. So basically, I'm listing here the few things that we'll talk through, and really how does this fit into our overall budget, and then sustainability-wise, what does that look like? So we'll start by looking at our overall budget, and it is made up of various funds. So this is just regular old school district accounting. And what I want to look at is the Fund 10 and Fund 27 piece. That is about 90% of our total budget. And these two funds are essentially the cost of educating our students. So Fund 10 is our general fund, so our general operating expenses. Special education is Fund 27, and per state guidelines, we have to keep our different buckets of money in different funds or keep them all separate. So taking a closer look at Funds 10 and Funds 27, this is, well, I'll refer to in the next few slides, as our total pie. So this is our total, again, our cost of educating students, and we break it down then by the various categories within our Funds 10 and Funds 27. So we have salaries and benefits as the majority of our general operating dollars. And then the next largest bucket is purchase services. Purchase services includes things like transportation, student tuition, utilities, professional development, payments made to vendors. And then another big chunk of this purchase service category is open enrollment out. So I'll talk through what that looks like for our district coming up here in a few slides. So I hesitate to put long projections on a screen at a board meeting because they are wrong. But I just want to show you that basically projecting what our revenue looks like moving forward. So this is our revenue limit history, the blue lines, and then the green lines are projections moving forward. And again, projections are simply a best guess with the information we have at the time. So right now, we don't even know what next year's revenue will look like because the state legislators and governors are still working through that process. So projecting 5 years out this is inaccurate data that I'm showing you. It's just a projection. It will change. But we have to make assumptions when we do projections. And so the assumptions that we have within these projections right now is a $50 increase to our per pupil within the revenue limit each year going forward. So that's in all of the green years, a $50 increase to our per pupil within the revenue limit. The last 2 years, we had a $200 increase and then a $204. So in our calculation, a $50 increase really is almost like zero. It really doesn't do much for us. When we start seeing $150 and up, that's when our revenue really starts showing that line wouldn't decrease as much or might even trend steady or go up. So again, this is our total revenue limit, our total dollars that we get from property taxes and state aid. And ultimately, I think this is probably a little bit worst case scenario here, but I think ultimately what we're going to see happen with our revenue limit is that it will likely become a steadier line, but not necessarily going to continue to grow. So we'll look at now our major expenses within our budget. We looked at our pie and what some of those large expense categories are. So breaking it down even further, we'll talk through 3 of our significant expenses within our budget. We have our open enrollment out expense, we have our employee benefits package, and then our retiree benefits. And I know, compensation as a whole is a little bit touchy to talk about, and I know retiree benefits as well, but we're just transparently presenting our budget expenses as they exist during this meeting. So let's talk about our open enrollment out expenses. And open enrollment out is when a student lives in our municipalities and then chooses to enroll into a different school district. So they enroll out of the West Allis West Milwaukee School District. When a student open enrolls into our school district, we receive funds for each of those students. When a student open enrolls out of our school district, we have to pay the school district in which that student is now attending. The kind of ideal scenario is that we have a similar number of open enrollment ins and outs so that your revenues and expenses for those 2 areas basically net zero. We have to remember when we have a student open enrolling in, there is a cost to us as well because now we have to educate that student. That's another student in our classrooms. We have all the supplies, equipment, computers, etc. And we also have to make sure that student has a teacher. So at some point, open enrollment in also costs dollars. But the goal is at least a net zero impact of our open enrollment ins and outs. And what we're seeing here is over the years, our open enrollment out number of students. We should keep in mind that we took significant intentional action about 5 years ago to change the way that we were controlling our open enrollment in number. We used to have, and this, I know this one is just outs, but we did used to have a significant additional number of students open enroll into our district, and it wasn't in a financially sound way. We were adding more and more staff rather than having just filling up to our current staffing levels with open enrollment ins. So going back to our open enrollment outs, we also have taken steps to work with our open enrollment to start limiting this number of students who are open enrolling out of our district. And one of those steps that we've taken, we know that we have about $1 million worth of students who open enroll out into a virtual school. And this is obviously a big changing environment for everybody with COVID-19. But as we look at this next slide with the impact of the corresponding expense with open enrollment out, that one of that first big step for us in opening that charter school is starting to hopefully limit this number of students who do open enroll out of our school district. So that $1 million worth of students who attend a virtual charter school elsewhere, could come back to our school district and even have additional students open enroll into the West Dallas West Milwaukee School District in the virtual charter school capacity. So the piece of the pie that the open enroll out expense takes up is that purchase service, and the salaries and benefits within our school district are about 67%, and the purchase service piece of our pie is greater than many other school districts, and a large portion of that is because of our growing open enrollment out expense. So that purchase service piece continues to push on the other pie pieces for space within our overall pie or overall revenue. So the next big piece of our budget that we'll talk about in terms of expenses are employee benefits. So here we have an example. This is a real example from a teacher from last year. So this is 1920 data, and this individual had a salary of $66,366. These are the actual benefit costs that our district then paid for on behalf of this individual for health insurance, dental, WRS, FICA, Medicare, and long-term disability. And when we add them all up, the overall cost of this total salary and benefits package is $100,000. So this employee's benefits were about half of this employee's salary. So a significant portion of our total compensation package is we have to take benefits into account. This coming fiscal year, so going into 21-22, we have a health insurance rate cap of 8.5%, which equates to over the one fiscal year is about $515,000 that our district will have in additional expenses. And when you take that over a calendar year, that's $1 million because our health insurance benefits are on the calendar year. So we only see half of that increase in one fiscal year. But if we see that increase of 8.5%, that's $515,000 more in expenses that we have as a school district to incur. And go ahead, Jeff. Yep.
Questions an hour later?
Now fine.
I think I know the answer, but I still want to ask it. Health and dental, those are family plans, both?
Yes, both of those are. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Good question. Okay. So currently right now, individuals pay for health insurance. Employees pay 10%, and then our school district incurs 90% of the premium cost. So when a health insurance plan would go up, so let's say next year it goes up by 8.5%, and the current cost, let me back up. Currently on the screen we're looking at 1920 costs. So our health insurance cost is $22,780 in 1920. In our current year, it's $25,311, and of that the employee pays 10%, our district pays 90%. If we increase by 8.5% for health insurance next year, the employee portion goes up $215 on an annual basis, and our district's portion goes up by almost $2,000. So now an employee's total compensation package increased by $2,000, and we haven't even talked about the salary. So ultimately, the point of this slide is that our compensation is a significant piece of our overall budget and of an employee's benefit, or total compensation. And once again, we see the piece of the pie that our benefits takes up is obviously the benefits slice. So finally, we'll talk through just briefly retiree benefits. And I've mentioned this stat a number of times at this point, so we won't go into much detail, but the West Dallas West Milwaukee School District, we are in the 99th percentile out of all Wisconsin school districts in retiree benefits on a per pupil basis. So up there in the state. And annually, we spend about $4.2 million on retiree benefits. And it's important to note that districts, ever since Act 10, are all over the map in terms of retirement benefit packages. We did learn a couple of them as we met with the school districts, a few of the school districts in our area as we worked through our compensation models and learning about their compensation models. Got to know a little bit more about their retirement packages and if they even have them or not at this point. So just important to note that this is another big portion of our expense budget, and once again, that's that benefits piece. So again, that piece is also pushing on the other pieces for room in the pie, and here we are focusing on salaries, which is another piece, trying to push for space in the pie. And if you'll recall, a few slides ago, we looked at that graph with those scary green lines that weren't as high as the blue lines of the past. And so we're working on increasing another piece of the pie, the salaries, without additional revenue at this point that we know of. So, like we've mentioned a few times, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And we continue to have the various pieces of the pie continue to challenge each other for space. And in order to increase compensation, because we don't see projected increase in revenue, that we'll have to reduce costs elsewhere. And very important points to note. Our budget is currently in flux at this point in the budget cycle for the next 2 years because the state works on a biennial budget. So the state repeats the budget process every 2 years. We're currently in the new budget cycle for 21-23 and working through the budget factors. So we don't even know what the revenue factors will be for next year, much less 20 years from now. There are some big pieces in the budget that the legislators, that the governor has pushed for. We have no idea where the legislators will come out on that. We'll see with the COVID ESSER funds if we'll have reduced state funding. But one of those pieces that maybe has some traction is the increase in special ed reimbursement rate, which would be a significant portion of our budget. So if the special ed reimbursement rate went up to 45%, right now we're at 28, which I still think is a hefty jump, we would have about a little over $2 million in additional revenue. So there are some significant pieces of the state budget that we have to just wait and see, unfortunately, how they play out for us to know, how much additional revenue we have in the next 2 years. And really, we have to play this game every 2 years as the state moves through this budget cycle. And because of all of these various things, especially in the early years of our compensation model, we should plan for an annual review of the model because we're going to be adapting it at this point without even, the state budget will not be finalized by the time we, I'm semi-confident the state budget will not be finalized by the time we approve our compensation model. So thus the annual review I think is extremely important, not just for the financial piece, but for all of the pieces that we've talked through. We've vetted so many different ideas and went through so many different iterations, and I am confident there are pieces that we haven't thought of yet. So we will continue to kind of track those as we move forward and make sure that those are the things that we are reviewing on an annual basis. So we'll take a look at the draft of our model. I'm gonna unplug from you. As this one is one page of the model. Okay, so we will start in this section. So these are our total cost projections. And right now in our model, in our draft model, we have a maximum annual increase of with micro-credentials of $300 and an annual increase, separate from that, $200. So a maximum an professional educator could earn outside of a CPI, which is separately board approved, is a $500 increase annually. So what that looks like in terms of cost. Micro-credentials at a teacher FTE, so our total FTE count of our professional educator group is 640 educators, and that at a $300 each maximum would cost us $192,000 additional each year. So just like the pieces in in an individual's salary would be compounding, this too would be compounding on our budget. So $192,000 would be needed next year, and the following year, $192,000 more would be needed. And then a simple equation with our annual increase with a teacher FTE total of 640 and an annual increase of $200. That's $128,000 that would be needed annually, additionally, to support within our budget. And then CPI is an even greater piece of that puzzle. And this is just the Fund 10 piece, but our total Fund 10 employee compensation, and I used a 1.5% just as a kind of starting point to show what CPI would be next year. CPI is 1.23, so that's set in stone at this point. Going forward, we have no idea, but for next year it's 1.23. But just to show kind of going out what 1.5% would look like, that's $543,000 total that would be necessary in the budget. So when we add these up, we have micro-credentials, we have annual increase, CPI, and this is the one that we have spent a significant amount of time tonight talking through, is moving our educators up to the average based on their local years of service, their bachelor's or master's, and then their total years of service. And when we add up moving everybody that's below the average up to the average, we get a total of about $385,000. So adding all of this up for next year, we're at about $1.25 million. The three categories of outside of CPI add up to $705,000, and this 1.144 is the 14.4% I call the percent benefit. So that's our FICA, our Medicare, and our WRS. That's calculated on top of our salaries. And so what this means then is that our three categories outside of CPI will cost us $800,000 for next year. In our budget, we have CPI separately. So right now we have this built into our budget. This is built into our budget as this looks right now.
And this is assuming that every educator takes 3 micro-credentials.
Yep, this is assuming every educator takes 3 micro-credentials. So we'll look at an example of what this actually looks like for an individual. So this example here is for a new hire. So a year one, somebody who starts with us next school year. And again, we have the maximum annual increase for micro-credentials at $300 and the annual increase at $200. The total salary is our base wage, which is the base wage plus CPI, and then adds in all those supplemental increases, annual increase, the micro-credentials. And at this point, a master's degree is still in that supplemental increase column, although we're looking into whether we're able to put that into our base wage. At this point, the master's is still reflected in the supplemental increase. So we have a new hire. Year one is 21, 22. They're starting next year with us. One of the implications of moving everybody to the average is that we have a new starting salary for our year one educators. So currently, I want to say 42,000 is currently? 42,000 is currently our starting point. That would be moved up to 43,225, which is the average when we find our current year one educators. So the new average, or the new starting point for our educators would be 43,225. And on our chart here, there would be no CPI as a starting a new hire, and there would be no annual increase or the micro-credentials in year one. But during year one, we're going to assume this person is earning micro-credentials. So this person, we'll say, is earning the 3 micro-credentials every year. And what we see on the bottom, in the purple, is that the CPI is multiplied, and we used a factor of 2 for every year moving forward, as that is probably realistic for a CPI increase. So moving down the bottom row in the purple, we're seeing the year before times the 2% increase. So the bottom is the base wage, which is the base wage, and then CPI is added to that each year. And then moving up the left side, we see the compounding impact of the supplemental increases. So the $500 that you're seeing here is made up of $200 annual increase plus a $300 micro-credential. So if that educator in year 1 is earning the 3 micro-credentials, in year 2, we are adding the $200 annual increase plus the $300 micro-credential for a total of $500 plus the CPI increase, which in this example is a little bit under $1,000 bucks. So this educator moves from year 1 at $43,225 to $44,590. So every year with the CPI, if that moves forward with separate board approval on an annual basis, and the maximum annual increase, an educator could move up nearly $1,000, and that's all based on factors that could change each year. CPI could change each year, and based on an educator's own desire to earn those micro-credentials. So each year, this shows the compounding impact. So each year, let's say the educator earns the 3 micro-credentials, and you can just see how that compounds. So year 2, they're earning $500. Year 3, they're actually earning the $1,000. So it just follows over. Year 4, they're earning the $1,500 because each year they're earning $500 more. And so this ultimately just shows the compounding impact of what an educator earns and their total salary. And if I just scroll to the right here, this is reflecting a year 20 employee in our current model at $72,471. And I do have reflected in here as an example, in year 9, the educator earns a master's degree. So then in year 10, that is reflected in a $2,000 increase within their supplemental. So that we would see in this cell right here. So that's why this one kind of jumped a significant amount. And so this is what ultimately in our model, an educator who earns the 3 micro-credentials maximum each year would earn, assuming a 2% CPI year after year in year 20. Any questions?
When do they lose money in year 11?
Year 11 is the year after. Oh, that's not right.
Just didn't add the 2,000.
I must have missed the formula, but you wouldn't go down.
We get the idea though.
So I'll have to look into I'll have to think through that, but good call on that.
So then on this one too, compared to that, what we were showing for that scale before, a year 11, if we just do CPI is up at 52,691 versus we were looking at another model, we're at 46 if we normalize people. So year 1 is, if we start in here, we're gonna, our people that are here are never gonna make that for their long-term earnings.
So what is interesting is, and I think we touched on this just briefly, is that an educator who's been here, it's really hard to show apples to apples because of the performance comp and those additional pieces that we've had over the years that haven't adjusted a base wage, a base salary. So we've had the performance comp, and in the last few years we've had the one-time payment. So a year 20 individual who's, let's say somebody who's in year 15 at this point, and showing, like comparing that to what a year 15 on here looks like, a year 15 individual's current base might look lower because those year after year payments haven't been added into their base salary. Doesn't mean that they weren't compensated. Like they, over the years, if they run the performance comp, or if they were here the last 2 years and earned the one-time supplemental increases that were not added to those base wages, they're not reflected in that base total.
No, I get that. It's just I'm looking at it for long-term earning power for our teachers, and those things not accounted for, those things not in there. If you're going into a job and it's like, well, this is my base and I get this one piece and I get this one piece, that's nice, but it never compounds into buying power for yourself as your salary as, a professional. So I think it's something that we need to kind of consider as we're looking at this.
So you're referencing the kind of initial placement, the initial salary, the bump to the average as we've been referring to. Okay.
Other questions? Do you have more examples, Caitlin, you want to show?
I'll just look at one employee, just an example of somebody who's returning. So this is an example of a current year 6, meaning this year, in 2021, this individual is a year 6 employee. Next year, this employee is a year 7. So the year 6 average is 46,884. So next year, we add on CPI, and then we add on $200 because this individual is returning. So that's that annual increase from this year to next year that this individual would receive. So this person, if probably reflecting that they're below the average, they're going to move up to whatever that difference was from where they're at now, up to that average, and then add in the CPI increase plus the $200, and this person becomes 48,021 for next year. And then next year they earn the 3 micro-credentials maximum, and we're seeing that $500 now from one year to the next in terms of the $200 annual plus the $300 micro-credential, and seeing that reflected throughout. And then here, once again, now I'm concerned that all my formulas are wrong when I have on the master's degree, but this shows the $2,000 increase. Again, this, I think I just kept it consistent. Somebody who was earning a master's degree at, during their year 9. So an individual earned their master's, finished earning it during year 9, and then is compensated the $2,000 during year 10. So this is what that individual would look like at year 20 as an example. Any questions?
So does this complete the presentation?
We've got 3 short slides left.
Okay. So before I ask everyone for their final thoughts, I want to make sure those are their
We are
final.
On the home stretch. I can just finish, unless you have to wink out anywhere. Okay, just do this and then we'll.
All right, so getting to the end of this presentation. So there were tough conversations as we worked through this process. Oh, sorry. There were tough conversations that occurred as we kind of worked through this process. So going back a couple hours earlier when we heard Dylan kind of give the summary where he talked about longevity bumps, that was something that the committee had talked about up until about the end of April. And then we started having conversations of, you know what, the longevity bump really isn't an incentive for me to stay for the 5 years, the 10 years. And so the conversation of the committee went to what would happen if that category had more money, if we got rid of the longevity bump and added to the annual category, what would that look like? So then Caitlin went through models and we kind of talked about that. So where we landed as a compensation committee is we eliminated the category of longevity bumps at this point. And that was something that we talked about, that part of our focus is to retain and attract staff. And so you've heard through the conversations many times already this evening that this is something that we're going to analyze. We're going to keep reflecting on it. And if we're noticing that we're not accomplishing that goal of retaining staff, then we'll come back to the table and relook at this idea of longevity bumps. But as of right now, the committee felt it was important to eliminate that as a category and then focus just on the annual, the micro-credential, and CPI. No. So the next area that we talked about is if an employee is on a support plan, they would still need to possibly be assigned micro-credentials or classes that they would need to take. However, because they're on a support plan, they would not be able to be compensated for that until they would be off that support plan. And so that was another piece in regards to the micro-credentials. Master's degrees, we've had some interesting conversations in our committee where if I already have a master's degree and I go for a second master's degree, what do we do with that? Or back in the 2016 compensation model, there were approved master's degrees or licensures. And so, for example, getting your administrative master's isn't recognized in getting a $2,000 bump. And so somebody who got their administrative master's degree, they could apply for some of their classes that they took in that program. They could try to have that become an equivalent to a micro-credential and get credit that way. So they may not get the $2,000 bump, but then they could apply classes if they fit to the micro-credentials for an increase through that. And then finally, category amounts, and this is a hot topic today. Our compensation committee met last week, Thursday, and it was kind of like our final meeting, and in that we kind of talked about the different categories. And at the time, I communicated that the annual bump was $400. And because this is a fluid situation and there's a lot of factors, you've heard the communication tonight that that is a $200 annual bump. So within a matter of days, that changed. But those are examples of the tough conversations that we've had and the realities that we've faced as we've kind of worked through this process. Okay, getting to the criteria, going back to the original criteria, as a compensation committee, have we moved closer to the average salary in our area? I think the committee would say we're getting closer by the strategies or ideas that we've presented tonight. Will this model attract and retain professional educators? Again, the feeling is yes, and this is something that we will analyze on a yearly basis to see if we're accomplishing that. Is this transparent? And is this sustainable? And so really focusing on those key criteria points, I feel that the compensation committee has done a really, really incredible job of coming up with a plan that addresses those. And, yep.
When you had to go from the 400 to the 200, was there any pushback by the committee?
Yes, there was. There was questions as to why that value was different. In conclusion, the last slide here tonight, again, the compensation committee is recommending the following compensation model to the board with a hopeful implementation for the 21-22 school year. And again, this is focusing on the professional educator employee group. So that includes teacher, counselor, psychologist, social worker, nurse, OT, PT, speech, innovation, staff on leave of absence, and that's directly from our handbook. But the proposal is to bump those below the average up to the average of their West Allis, West Milwaukee years of experience. CPI, which gets approved on an annual basis by the board. An annual increase of $200 for the 21-22 school year. And kind of what we've talked about with this committee is if this gets implemented, we don't know what we don't know. And so we're going to be learning as we kind of work through the implementation of this model. The micro-credential process with a maximum of $300 a year, and what Caitlin referenced, that new starting salary of $43,225.
Where does that starting salary rank with area schools? High, middle, low?
It's middle to high, but there are some outliers, like we talked about tonight with anything about, I want to say Oak Creek
All right, so that is the entire presentation. Many, many, many months of hard work from all aspects of our administration, our staff, who are part of this committee. And so we're gonna be asked if we're going to approve this or not. So what do we have for discussion on this? Do we have questions? Do we have concerns? What are we looking at here?
I might have questions, but I'm gonna ask Suzette, I want a hard copy. I wanna be able to read this and
Yeah.
digest it. This is really hard to sit here and read and really comprehend it.
Okay,
You know, I would like to even make a suggestion that when we have workshops like this, that we get hard copies, or at least on board book, so we can read it before we come here, and at least have a little baseline to go from.
okay.
And if we know we're gonna have 2 long workshops, we should probably break them up. We have weeks between our next meeting. We could have moved one of these later so that we had more time, because I feel pressed, and some of us work at 4 in the morning, so I literally have like 4 hours of sleep, so.
I would agree with Heather.
We have had a lot of workshops recently between our last 2 meetings that
Yeah,
we've had.
yeah.
But there is some time, strain on this one, which is why we wanted to get it out, and it's very
I mean,
complex.
we've had some workshop nights where our workshop was a half hour.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
How soon are we looking to vote on this?
On the 14th.
So the 14th was the original, because that's the next time that we were scheduled to meet for a regular board meeting. There was actually a question about having a special board meeting, particularly to pass this item, because there are some time-sensitive pieces that go along with it, as Deidre was mentioning, getting the pieces out to staff so they have time to sign up, planning their, summer vacations and so forth and so on. And they're obviously gonna be interested to know if this is something that we are gonna support. So there was question about actually having it on the 7th or sometime before the 14th to only pass this. If that was something that the board was thinking that they were going to do. So, Kristen?
I guess like my 2 questions, and I really don't want to keep us here longer than we have to, but I guess my questions are, if we're giving, like, when did the retiree benefits go into place that if we're offering people 99 percentile in retiree benefits for the state, that's not good enough to keep great teachers here? And unfortunately, I think either we're not selling that well, or it's people are gonna look at their salaries when they're young teachers and determining what they're gonna do with their future. In your 20s, I know I didn't think about my benefits package as much as I do now in my 40s. I guess that's just something I wanna keep, either we do a better job as a district selling to people and reminding them like we have this really great benefits package, or is it not enough? And we need to then reallocate or relook at how we're doing this.
Well, and that's been a lot of the conversation around moving to the defined benefits package for retirement as well, because it does help address that problem,
Yeah.
right? It takes moving quite a mountain to get to that system, which is why we haven't done so yet, but we agree that after a certain number of years in our district, you would be foolish to leave, but the middle ground is where we do have people who do leave for compensation, because they're not as worried about the retirement benefit, and they're more worried about the daily income. They have young families, or they have kids at home, or even kids in college, and all those pieces. But that's how you adjust for that, is getting to that piece, and that just we made some smart moves earlier tonight with the vote to help us start making a plan for that, but we're just not there yet, because it takes quite an investment to stop one and start another at the same time.
Sure.
That's why ideally what you wanna do is you wanna have that starting point where you're gonna hook them, you're gonna get them to the district, and there's enough incentive to keep them around for those first few years until they kinda do see the value in those other benefits, and they get to that point where it's a little bit harder to leave. It's about being as competitive as we can with the other districts early on. And by early on, I don't always just mean that first year, because that first year, a lot of times, I think teachers will take, and I don't know this from experience, but you're looking for your first job. So you'll take a job just based on, hey, I've got my first opportunity. It's about being able to keep them there after that, and making sure that you're competitive to those other districts around.
So, I mean, from what we've heard tonight, are we, in general, I know that, you know, we don't know all the details of it, but on the basis of what we understand, is this a general positive, a general negative, back to the drawing board? You know, we kind of have to have a feeling on this, because there will be some movement that has to happen. And so if the majority of the board right now is like, I don't think this is what we want to do for our compensation committee, that tells us a lot about what needs to move forward from
I
here.
would be here, I'd be a thumb sideways. I wouldn't be up, but I wouldn't be down. I'm right there.
Okay,
Can
I'm
lead
right
some
in
of
the
the other
middle.
stuff.
Right in the middle.
okay. Anyone else?
I just keep questioning, as you went through the check boxes, the sustainability, or that's my only question. Because otherwise, I think it's so well thought out, and I think it really speaks to us honoring teachers, and I see the benefits of everything, except the sustainability part. And you talked about the pie, and salaries already 60-some% of it. Where will we get that money? And we have so many unknowns. So that, to me, is my only help. We would need to discuss that before we can actually vote it through.
And just as a reminder, the workshop tonight is being recorded. So for those, like you can go back and re-watch. And yes, Jeff, to get hard copies of the things, I think is realistic. But you could also go back and re-watch any parts of it as well. It'll be posted.
But when you zoom in on that stuff, it doesn't come in clearly.
Right, so you still need
Yeah, we
copies
still would
of
need the
things,
hard
for
copy.
sure, Heather, but to be
Yeah.
able to have it in your hand and also listen to the conversation
Right.
again, that's what I was referring to.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So here's my question, kind of thinking through this from this point forward. I would imagine as people get hard copies and rewatch this, they're going to have questions, and we're not going to be in a format where we can easily discuss that. So as you get questions sent to you, how are you going to disseminate that information that might be helpful to the rest of us, that could potentially spur other questions?
So does that maybe go on a Friday notes update?
Well, or do we do something internal with leadership right now as a shared document for FAQs, just on kind of how we've been managing behind the scenes the whole kind of pandemic process. And so that might be a tool so that you see each other's questions and our responses.
That's good.
So you're not asking, three of you asking all the same question. You're like, oh, Amy asked that. Okay, got that one. Here's my question. So maybe we launch that, and I don't know, do we need to come back on the 7th and have another workshop on this? This is big. It's a big
My-
move for us.
Could have a workshop and then go into open if we were ready to vote on it after that, couldn't we?
We could, if it's noticed that way.
I think that makes sense, that type of format. I think that will help everybody and make sure we're getting the information that we need, that others might have thought of from their questions, and we're not repeating things, and we're not bombarding Caitlin potentially with the same question 10 times. Yeah, I think something like that would be
Okay.
awesome.
Yeah, we can get that out, and everybody connected to it tomorrow.
Yes.
Maybe, if we do notice it as a second workshop to visit this, and then if the board feels comfortable on the 7th, moving forward, we can notice it for possible action, and if not, then we come back on the 14th. I think it's worth the time to figure out to get this as close to right as possible, and I'm being intentional about that because we're never gonna get this 100% right. That's why, we've heard a couple times tonight, we're gonna have to revisit this every year for a while, until we smooth out all of the kind of bumps that are gonna come in this road.
Well, what are the big hangups? The dollar amounts per year, or like my biggest hangup is the sustainability, and we get to a point where we can't, we get to that decision making, like what do you cut to keep the model? Because you're not gonna go backwards. We're not gonna pay anybody any less. We're not gonna say, hey, you're gonna get this year. Oh, we can't do it, so you're not gonna get paid, so we're gonna have to cut and take something off of something else. So, if we can't sustain this, what goes? The CPI, that would probably be the
Right,
first
that's a
layer of something that we would look at, right?
Yep, CPI is a flexible option. the amount we all pay into our premium share for healthcare. That's a big dollar amount. And then the other one, and I hate saying this one, but my job is to answer honestly, class size. So if you want to really cut in a school budget, you have to reduce the number of people, right? That's hard to say, but that's the truth. Right? So, right, so if you're trying to create other revenue kind of within a budget, those are the big buckets that you have to go to your big buckets in order to do moves like this. To, move $1.5 million into compensation. And for next year, we think we have this figured out, but it really is the sustainability piece, is how do you keep it going, is the challenge of it.
And there was talk about this, obviously, at both committee levels regarding this. And there was discussion with other districts that have these types of models and trying to figure out, like, how are they able to sustain it? And part of it is, as people who are higher up on the ladder leave and are replaced by people who are lower down on the ladder, the cost difference there is where savings are made. But one thing was brought up that, we have 70% of our staff is 10 years or less, and one administrator thought, oh, you must have really cheap health insurance then. But no, because of the retired benefits that we're also still holding, that isn't true. So it is something that obviously will have to be holistically looked at. If we move forward with this compensation model, we're also going to have to look at moving to that defined benefit so that we can get those things more balanced. It can't be all one way, so we have to get that figured out, and that will probably be something else that's discussed to try and keep this as we move forward. Because you're right, we only have so many dollars in the bank, and there's only, at this point, not looking like it's going to increase by a whole bunch in the near future. So, that obviously that's my biggest concern too, is always sustainability. I don't want to have a 3-year program that we have to junk because we can't afford it anymore. There's no point to it. So people need to have some confidence that it's a long-term plan to attract and retain teachers. That's the biggest thing for me. And so if they are attracted for 3 years and then leave because we can't do it anymore, I don't think that has solved anything at all. So, does anyone else have any questions? But I think we have a plan, which is to everyone review, if you can make sure to get this sent out to everyone, and ask your questions. And then we will plan to have a workshop at minimum on the 7th to only discuss this. And then we will notice it so that if after that workshop time is completed, we feel that we are going to move forward with this, that we can go into open session and do that. Does that sound okay to everyone here? Did anyone else have any questions or anything else they wanted to say?
If it's a workshop, it's open anyway.
Right, but we have to notice it for action, I guess. So
Right, but
yes,
you
we're not going
said
into
go
closed, I'm
back
sorry.
into-
Yeah, I'm sorry. So we would then take action on it
Right.
out of the workshop.
They have to be posted that way.
And like's happened in the past, if we decide we're not gonna do any action, we just close, end the meeting.
Yeah.
And
Correct.
We've had that before, where we just ended the meeting without the action, so.
Right, I just think we have to notice that so the public understands that we might have action. If there are no other questions, thank you so much for sticking it out here this evening. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Move to adjourn.
We adjourn. Oh, wait, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.